Alright, hello, greetings, and welcome in, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and today we are going to be, not making things for a change. Not making things for a change. Stale Toaster, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello. We are on day 8 of our Donothon. We are about a third of the way to our goal of a replacement graphics tablet, which will let me keep on and doing my day job. Which would be nice, because I'd like to be able to honestly continue feeding myself without needing to beg. But yes, greetings. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Not making things. Who are you and what have you done with my flying green lady? Flying green lady's brain is tired, so we're gonna have a landbound green lady today. We're gonna have a landbound green lady today. My brain is actually still actively hurting at the moment. But you know what? I will work through the headache. I've had a painful, so I should be okay. And there is the glory. There is the glory. The coffee incoming. Thank you so much. Greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. You know what? That's me. Yeah. Sometimes the brain just gets tired and you need to do something else, right? Right? But you know what? That's the goal. And giving yourself a break every now and again from the usual suspects of what you generally do is a good idea, because it helps prevent burnout, and we're all for preventing burnout around here. Why? Because we want to be able to continue making things tomorrow. Do life so that you can continue doing life tomorrow without it being painful. That is the goal. That is the goal. Brain don't want a brain. Brain don't want a brain. Brain don't want a brain. Brain definitely don't want a brain this day. All I've wanted to do was sleep. But it's fine. It's fine. I should be better tomorrow again, hopefully, if the usual suspects go as normal. But today we are basically doing my comfort game. We're playing my comfort game because I discovered that I do in fact actually still have a free trial account that is in fact still on a free trial. So we are jumping back into Final Fantasy XIV. We're diving back into Final Fantasy XIV, and I actually have what is, practically speaking, a completely new character. That is the only character I've got on this account, actually. I legitimately, apparently, created the account, created the character, and then life happened, and for some obscure reason I uninstalled. You know what? I actually think it was just before I attempted to switch to Linux, and then everything ended horribly on that front. So that's probably why I uninstalled it, and then completely forgot about it. It's fine. It's fine. We've got it back now. So I have a character who is a Aura Marauder, who is literally not yet even gotten out of the city gates for the first time. So it's literally right in the beginning of the game. So we are going to be chilling in A Realm Reborn. It's going to be... I'm not speedrunning anything because this is free trial. So I want to take my time, enjoy as much side questing as I can get into this thing. And basically go as far as I can, avoiding the main story quest, or maybe plow through the main story quest a little bit, and then just do all the side quests and try and do completionists on side quests. I do need to eat, but I'm going to keep you on my phone for Loki purposes. I hope you enjoy the Loki. I'm going to also attempt to be a little bit voice acting. Wow, my grammar. Wow. Grammar failed me there. Wow. I'm going to be attempting to voice act a little bit. That was so Afrikaans. Wow. That was the Afrikaans grammar that came. I am so sorry. But yeah, so I'm going to try to do a little bit of the voice acting things. That I'm gonna keep it pretty chill because it's been a while and I cannot remember most characters. So there is that tiny detail as well. So I'm not going to try and keep things weird. But if I see a character that's so obviously an archetype, I might try something. I might. But once again, also being female, I can't exactly completely mimic all of the vocal types, but I'm going to do my bestest. Please go easy on me. Go easy on me. So yeah, that is the game plan for this day. If you are feeling generous and can assist in our goal to be able to allow me to keep working, maybe one day I'll actually be able to afford the subscription to be able to continue playing this game beyond the free trial. Maybe one day. Until then, for now, let us dive right in. And I just realized that I've got to set up my screen for this. Whoopsie, I forgot to set up my window for this. Window capture. It needs to be that one. Okay. There we go. Our login screen. So I'm playing on the European servers. And do you guys want me to have this slightly windowed so that you can see my entire user interface, or do you mind that I keep it big so that you can just see as much of the screen as possible? Despite not being able to maybe see my mini map all the way with interface stuff there, which is going to be better because that's a bit small. That's a bit small. Let's keep it that size. Let's keep it that size, I think. But yeah, let us do the thing. Yeah, I play as Dragon Boy. Don't judge. Okay, at least the queue ought to not last too long. It's only 10 people. Also, we're playing on a European server, and it is kind of exactly the time when a whole bunch of Europeans are logging in. So we'll see how this plans out. We'll also see how my model pans out in terms of this and lag and madness, because I've no idea how this is going to go. I do know that the game did have a recent major graphics update as well, so that probably plays into it a teeny tiny little bit. Am I lagging? Like a teeny tiny bit. Teeny tiny itty bit. But we'll see if it also causes the game to lag or not. But we should be fine. Like, mostly, anyway. Hopefully. Let's hope the internet holds up. That's going to be the main thing, is the internet going to hold up? And I just want to make sure that this is in the right place. And while that's busy loading up, come over here and calibrate. Calibrate. Okay, and we are here. All right. So this is in fact where we last were. I think I had, in fact, last I checked. Okay, so I did in my previous session do the smart and at least open up all of the Etherite shards. Ethernet shards. Okay, that helps. That helps. I am literally on the opening mission for the main story quest and Way of the Marauder. So all I have literally done on this account so far is set up all of the space for whatchamacallit, interface madness. But I have in fact not done anything more than that. David Draws, hello, welcome in. I do want to just see very, very quickly if I can just get the spacing a little bit better. You know what? I need to not be here. I need to just quickly click off of that so that I can just expand this ever so slightly. There we go. Get my interface in a good space and come back to OBS briefly so that I can just adjust. Good to see you again. What are we playing? We are playing Final Fantasy XIV. I have basically a very, very, very fresh free trial account. So we are basically starting from scratch in the game. And I just want to make sure that I've not got any issues. Performance-wise, I just want to see. Let's just go 30 FPS. I know that for some of us gamers, that may sound absolutely horrible, but for me, I don't actually have any monitors that go beyond 30 FPS. So unfortunately, that's all I can run with. And is there any other graphic setting that I can control? Yes. I just want to make sure that I have not got any issues with this because I did not have an opportunity to set this up beforehand. Parallax, let's put that on normal because why? Eesh. Hide. Normal. Weak. Minimum. Normal. Off, off, off. Simple. I'm just simplifying settings a little bit graphically so that I can at least have a little bit less lag. I can't eat. Oh no, oh no. I hope that I will be able to help you eat soon with the calm swinging of a large axe. Also, I just want to check, how is the audio balance with the game at the moment? Can you hear things okay? By the way, I really love your accent. I'm glad. Are you Australian? No, I'm not Australian. I do admit, though, that my accent changes like the winds of a storm. So 1 second it will be in a certain way, another second it'll be the other, and it shifts depending on how sleepy I am, how much I am focusing on my articulation, who I'm speaking to. Also, it fluctuates with my mood, or if there's a specific way that you just got to say the thing, you know? So my accent fluctuates like mad. It does have a sort of a middle ground, but it's not quote unquote set in stone. Axes are my favorite weapons. Now I don't want to eat now. Ah, joy. Then Marauder time. I can't remember why I chose Marauder. I usually am a Gridania girly. But I think last I played, I kind of enjoyed playing tank, so that's probably it. I will clear this momentarily. Okay. Okay, so now, next creature that we need to slay is the fluffy little pom-poms over here. There we go. One more. And lastly, a couple more of you guys. And one more. There we go. Alright, so that is it for our first quest for the Marauder class. I'd like to get the class first before we try and do anything else, because that would generally be helpful, I think, anyway. The city gates have never been so far. But it's fine. And now let's see. I'm just going to go straight to the Aetheryte Plaza, and then from there I'll head up to Marauders Guild. There we go. Fun times. Fun times. Now, hopefully everything will work. I did recently, like in the few minutes before stream, update my streamer bot, so I really hope that my commands are still going to be functional, quite sincerely, so that hydrates will still work, but we'll see what happens with that in a couple of minutes. Wherein you are returned to me a different man. Already your face shows a harder cast, a realization of the slaughter of which you are capable. Ah, lovely. But there is much training to be done before you will wield an axe to its fullest potential. Learn well your lessons, build your strength, and make each swing an instinctive act. You shall have this hunting log to aid you in that endeavor. Its pages are marked with opponents suitable for honing your skills. There are, of course, myriad methods by which you might improve your techniques, but when the way forward is not readily apparent, the log provides a reliable source of challenges. Every blow of your weapon will clear another step towards the mastery of the Marauder way. Implacable, relentless. Such must be your momentum on both the practice grounds and the battlefield. Yay! I got food! Woohoo! So now what I want to do is I actually want to grab the hunting log and drop that right there. And I want to just actually drop a bunch of the logs here. That is a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. Woohoo! I'm probably not going to pick up the sightseeing quest in a hurry. And we'll see about the fishing. We'll see about the fishing. I never got into the fishing in the past, but I am resolving to take my time with this account and this free trial playthrough. I am so resolved to take my time with it. I may very well end up fishing. So maybe we'll drop that in. Let's just drop it in anyway. In any case. I like having all of my information ready for me. Although I'll probably put them along this line over here, which you can't see behind me. Fishing log. Crafting log. Hunting log. Sightseeing. Gathering. All on that side where it's out of the way or anything else that we might throw in over here. And then I want to go to character quickly and then just go yeah. Accept the level 5 quest. Raptor, you approach me with a marauder's strides, determined, unswerving, and bereft of the hesitation that marked our first meeting. I am pleased. The time has come for you to begin a new stage in your training. Ha ha ha. Now, what sets the axe aside from the gladius or the dagger? It is the raw, unstoppable destruction wrought by its thick, heavy blade, and that overwhelming power can only be properly directed by extraordinary physical strength. Thus, we come to the core of this day's lesson. Such strength as a marauder must possess is developed through a traditional method passed down through the generations of the guild, a method that you too shall be taught to employ. Present yourself to Brunbar in the practice area downstairs, and he shall instruct you further. Okay, Brunbar. Where are the stairs? Again, I forget. Probably this way? There's got to be a door somewhere, right? Or it's this way. It's this way. I got totally lost there for a second. Also, I need to turn up my screen brightness because I'm playing this on my graphics tablet screen, and I can't see. I can't see. Graphics. Just want to go. Display settings. Is there any place where I can adjust the brightness? It's all the way up. Oh, joy. I'm going to have an interesting time of this. Discard those changes because none of them are worth anything. Okay. Now, somewhere around here should be Brunbar. There. The Axe-Master told me you'd be on your way. My name's Brunbar. Good to meet a new marauder. Now, we axe-wielders build strength and control by splitting boulders. That's right. Our traditional method involves the smashing a rock with your axe. But you can't use just any old swing. You need to hit the rock just so. Rotgame, a fallen marauder, is waiting just outside Zephyr Gate, by the bridge over the Rogue River. She'll tell you how it's done. Alright. Thanks, Brunbar. let's head off. So, Zephyr Gate. There we go. Now we see we've got this new little icon which tells us hunting log, and I'm going to take the opportunity to do some late level hunting. Why? Because all experience is helpful. Now the lady I'm supposed to meet ought to be somewhere around there. Okay. Still got some ladybugs to hunt. One more. But I'm not going to go for the one next to the Gabu. The lady can wait for like 2 minutes, right? Okay. Alright, so that is those. For these early levels, they actually stack up quite quickly. Alright, Rotgeim. Let's see. Greetings, lad. Ready to split some stone, are you? I've 3 nice hard rocks for you to build up a sweat on. Don't try nothing fancy now. Just hit him with a good, solid, heavy swing. Alright. Which is gonna be number 1. It doesn't get more straightforward than that, I suppose. One, 2. Where's the third one? Over here. Next to the pucks. And come back to Rotgeim. That's the way to do it, lad. Now you've got the idea. Why don't you have tap them a little harder with that heavy swing of yours? Hold nothing back. Alright. Couple more. And I'm gonna mash some bees while I'm at it. Because why? It's on the hunting log. And last one. There we go. And another bee cloud on our way back. There we go. Aye, I can see you're a natural. My head's still ringing with the sound of cracking boulders. Take yourself back to Axemaster Wernzone and let him know you're ready for something harder. Okay. That's the fates. I remember those. There's one right over there, which we're not going to dive into just yet. There are a couple of these things in this approximate area, but we'll get through them all eventually. We'll get through them all. I'm not in a hurry. Because I had played this game quite hastily in the past, and I do feel like I didn't really necessarily do it justice because of that. So I really want to just enjoy the atmosphere. And I really want to actually roll as completionist a run as I can with this, really, because I hadn't yet. I really want to make the most of this. And we'll see how long I can just stick with the Marauder class for. Has the training loosened your muscles and focused your mind, Raptor? An urgent request for help has arrived from the Red Rooster's stead, and I've chosen you to respond. It appears a hostile group of megalocrabs has unwittingly elected itself the next test of your prowess. As this is your first outing on an official marauder duty, you shall be accompanied by a veteran conjurer by the name of Sulquib. She awaits you on the floor below. May devastation follow in your wake. All right. Devastation! Woohoo! I wonder how long I'm going to be able to get away with doing this in my, starter gear. All things considered. Sang-hoon, hello, hello. I'm back and I was stuck in a crowd. Oh no. Where is she? She was downstairs. I need to go back. Whoopsie. I need to go back. I forgot by downstairs, they meant downstairs and the same building. Whoopsie. Today's my first day in high school. Oh my. Okay, let's see what does Sulquib have to say. Aye, Raptor, I know who you are. My brother often has me escort his fledgling marauders on their more dangerous tasks. I suppose Wernzone expects me to give you the details then. Very well. It seems the farmers need us to clear out a megalocrab nest near the Morning Widow in Lower Eorzea. I shall trust you to find your own way there. Just don't forget your axe. Wow. She is moody. It went horribly. Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that your first day went badly. I hope that you can have your mind taken off of it. Lower. Eorzea. This is the gate that we are looking for. Loading. There we go. Now, in a general this way direction, we will find Eorzea, which are going to be another thing that I need to clear for hunting log. Yeah. I don't know how to calm myself down. Finding something to focus in on and just cutting out all of the rest of the noise is probably going to be the first step. I am not a professional in any way, shape, or form regarding that, so the advice I can give is incredibly limited. But generally trying to just focus on what you can do in a given situation helps take your mind off of the things that you can't change. Okay, I think that will have been all of the hunting log for Eorzea. Okay. Now, where do I need to be? Where is Axe in the Stone? Where is Axe in the Stone? Where is Axe in the Stone? Right, in the middle of that fate. Okay, so let me just hunt a toad, I guess. And just see. I know it's not the actual mission that I'm supposed to be doing, but it's something. Okay. How many more of these things are there? Quite a couple. Really? Let me just do this. And interrupt, please, and thank you. Get out of the way there for a second because I don't know how squishy I am. Being low level and in default gear. "18 seconds left to this duty." Okay. I'm about to take so much damage. Okay. So now somewhere around here. There we go. There's our actual goal. There's our actual goal. Looks as if nobody is home. Mayhap they knew we were coming. Aid! I need aid! Oh, old man. Please, it's my grandson. The snippers have got him. I told Sigurd not to get too close. I told him. Get that ready, Rapin. Get that ready, Raptor. We need to move. Now. Alright, so that looks like over there. Megalocrabs. And proceed. I'm not reading those words aloud, but anyway. Kid's got a foul mouth, wow. Run, foolish boy. Well, at least I've got a conjurer at my back, I guess. Okay. Now my job is to stand still and make sure that none of these guys hit the lady behind me. Okay. And there we go. That's one down. Get you gone. And then put that on. There we go. Are there any more? Yes. Where are they? Where are they? That side. Now I need to get this one's attention so that they come away from her. Come on, guys. Follow me. Follow me. Go. There we go. Get these guys' attention. Come on. All eyes on me, please and thank you. Okay, there's a second guy. Alright, that works. That works. We managed to get through it. Lovely.
Thank you, mister. I thought I was dead for sure. I can't even play outside no more, what with all these scary monsters about. Me ma and me da, they was both killed by some nasty bugger not so long ago. And Aura, big as a mountain. But I bet you could beat it. Aye, make it pay for what it did for me folks.
You take it easy now, son. There's a whole guild full of strapping lads and lasses like Raptor here who'll be glad to do just that. All you need to do is head home with your grandpa. You let us worry about that big, nasty bugger. Consider your first day a success, Raptor. It's time you headed back as well. Before Wernzone begins to worry, I've left your corpse for the crabs. Casual. Now let's see. In terms of my log, is there anything here? Somewhere around here there ought to be more crabs, right? Or no? Middle. We are in lower. We are in lower, right? Yes, we are in lower. We need to be in middle for that. Okay. Back to the guild. Back to the guild. We're so close to the gates that I think using the return is just pointless a little bit. I mean, I could take part in that fate, but not right now. However, coffee. I can coffee while sprinting. There we go. Coffee, lovely. Oh, right, there's an event on at the moment. I have no idea what event this is. Not my problem right now, I'm too low level to participate anyway. And back to the Marauders Guild. There we go. So, you have shattered the shells of the megalocrabs and saved the life of a child into the bargain. Thus does our violent craft prove its merit. Well done, Raptor. Though no longer a threat to the farmers, you should know that it is unusual for such crabs to be found so near the stead. By all accounts, the creatures were ousted from their usual feeding grounds by a more fierce beast. The beast of which I speak is a known terror in the lands of Lenossia, ever seeking to expand its territory. And that boy's parents were but two of the many victims to fall to its rampages. It is a threat that must be dealt with ere long. Do thoughts of vengeance flit through your mind, Raptor? Nurture those urges, but do not yet act upon them. This monstrosity is far beyond your present skills. If you would answer the lad's cry for revenge, then you must grow stronger. Become the raging behemoth this challenge demands. Okay. I'm gonna go with... I'm gonna go with the 10 pieces because I'm not far off from level 10, so level 5 gear is probably not going to be the most useful thing in the world to me. But that is a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. What I do want to do is come over here and drop that there. And drop that there. Okay, that should do the trick. So, now let's see. In terms of our hunting log, we've got dodos that we can get in lower, middle, 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 middle. So the only ones that we will be looking for specifically in lower Linosia is going to be the wild dodos. So let's go catch ourselves some dodos and then continue hunting our way towards Summitford Farm, perhaps. Maybe. We'll see. Let's go Tempest Gate first. There we go. And now let's just think very carefully. That is cedarwood. So open our map and see where is cedarwood. Okay, so through the gate and then turn to port. Okay, through the gate and then turn to port. That should not be too difficult to find, I think. Okay, so the split is actually at the bridge. One day I'll actually remember how to read this map. And there's our dodos. And here's another one. And last shot. There we go. And that's all of the dodos out of our hunting log, which means we are done with Lower Linosia for now. So, map. Let's see. It's probably going to be faster to get to Middle Linosia by basically following this path. So we're just going to hard to port and then follow the road. So, hard to port, follow the road. I wonder how far I'll be able to get while still actually using the starter gear. Alright, so the next things are going to be bogies, mandragora, megalocrab, aurochs. The raiders are near a river, which I remember being all the way on that side. So let's see what we find closest to us and then weave our way around. Or rather, We'll see. We'll see. I think I'm probably going to need to just keep my eyes peeled. Because I don't think any of our targets are going to be on this side. The Lost Land Boat. I am not going into Summitwood Farm just yet. Are there crabs here? Pugils, yes. Crabs, no. On this side. Pugils, yes. Crabs, no. Goblins, not what we're looking for. There's another person hunting Mandragora, which means there should be a few more on this side. I see you. And over here. There we go. Thank you so much for the donation. Scribble Mason, thank you. Greatly appreciated. Let me just make sure that I'm not doing this stupid. One moment, please. Ah! Greatly appreciated. So, with that £10, you may select an Uma Musume for our next career run, which I will probably run on my phone along the side while we're doing this today. Is that okay? If I have her in my roster, I will make sure. More pupils, still not seeing Make of a Crab. But somewhere around here we should start seeing the humanoids we need to beat up. Ah, there we go. I knew there was somewhere close by. Now I just need to make sure that I don't get everyone's aggro here, because I don't think that I've got maybe enough HP to survive all of it. And I don't yet have my ranged skill unlocked. There we go, come back. Please and thank you. There we go. There we go. 2. Now I've just got to tank through the attacks from both the ranger and the pirate. Okay. There we go, there we go. This is new. My eyes must be deceiving me. Yes, I am playing a game. Hush. No way, that's Rhea playing a video game. Yes, yes. This is my comfort game. This is my comfort game where I can swing a big axe and destroy things. I forgot that I have a free trial account that some months ago I uninstalled for computer maintenance purposes and then completely forgot about it. You definitely labeled the stream category right. This is a special event. What game is it? We are playing Final Fantasy XIV. It is a MMO. And we are literally in the opening moments, basically, of the game. I'm just being very, very, very slow about it all because I want to enjoy taking my time. Oh, lovely. I have managed to aggro so much. Okay. Oh. I am playing a tank build, so I guess it is fine that I get used to taking hits from a whole bunch of things all at the same time. Okay, so that 3 is my AoE. 3 is my AoE. Okay. And that's stance. Okay, that one I need to pretty much save for when I am in a party. Ranged attack. I'm going to put that there. Okay. For now, that'll do. That'll do. Okay. Are you a guy? Yes, I chose to play as a male character in the character creation simply because if I'm going to be spending hours upon hours upon hours listening to yelling and dressing someone up and watching their back, I may as well enjoy the view. May as well enjoy the view. Now, I am still looking on my hunting log for bogey, aurochs, megacrab. Megacrab, I think, is going to be right by the cliff. Maybe? Maybe. This side? Still not seeing any signs of bogeys, so they're probably also going to be down on this lower tier. There's a fan of fantasy fight music. The classic meme is always true. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with the meme, but in MMOs, I believe the saying is you either going to play as the character that you want to be or the character that you want to date. One of the two. I've heard that one floating around. Really supposed to pick the lady to enjoy the view? I don't swing that way, sweetheart. Okay. Hey, let's hunt crabs! And there we go. Next. And 2. Nice and easy. Now you. There we go. Men playing as female characters, women playing as male characters. Yep. What's that got to do with swinging? Everyone knows the female form is superior. That's a matter of personal taste. Personally, I prefer this view. And I also prefer the voices. If I'm going to hear yells of effort, then I prefer to hear a guy. There's this one little meme comic page I saw a while ago, still rings true. A group of MMO players are talking and one asks who in the group is actually female, and almost the whole group is female characters, but only one raises their hand and it's a huge male barbarian. Yeah, it's legit. It's truly like that. It's truly like that. I mean, I actually don't. I have seldom encountered MMO players who actually pick a character of the same gender as themselves. It's interesting how that works out. Either that or they've got like 12 characters anyway, so they can just kind of just roll with whatever is the vibe of the day. Whichever character they like to dress up with the most that day. And that's before you take roleplay into account. I guess I'm the weird one because I mostly play the male characters. I know someone that cannot for the life of them play a character that's not their gender. Yeah. For me, I find that if I'm going to be interacting with something like this, I like actually having a step of discontinuity between myself and the character. I do not want to have overlap in the immersion. I do not want to have overlap. For the sake of just giving a little bit of healthy separation. I know some people, when they get into fantasy things and immersion-based experiences, they get really too deep into the immersion, and then the line between reality and fiction blurs badly, and that is not healthy. And I like giving myself just a bit of separation so that I cannot possibly fall into that hole. So that's Summerford, and that is a good ways away from where I am presently. So we need to go to the farm now. We need to go to the farm now. So yeah, I like playing a male character because that way I maintain a healthy degree of separation between reality and fiction. On top of the fact that I get to enjoy the view per my own tastes. Maybe I'm just a strange thing because I've never felt like I've had an immersion problem. There's some part of my brain that just can't project too hard onto any character. Also, was my statement controversial, by the way? It reads like it would be to me. It it might be depending on the social circle you find yourself in at the time. I like playing characters and I get into characters, but I've never thought of myself as anyone else. I don't know, maybe it's a semantics thing and it's not that really that different. I do know that some people project onto their characters extremely strongly, and I think that's also a mentality thing. It's not something that everyone does, but like when I read a book, I also can't. I've struggled very much to read a book that's written in a first person point of view. Like I significantly struggle to read a first person point of view story, because I can't project myself into the person enough to be able to internalize how their thought processes work, because the discontinuity between their thought process and mine is so huge that I just don't get it, really. So I personally like reading stories in third person. I can do both. I think something about being creative and left-brained. Yeah, I mean, it's very once again, it's a matter of your individual psychology and mental development and how you actually interact with things, and to a degree your neurochemistry plays into that as well. Right brained, yeah. Like I don't have any issue with acting, but I don't think if I were going to act, I would very much be an analytical actor, not a method actor, because it would be a similar state of understanding and projecting where the character is coming from, but not confusing the character with myself. Joshua, this is not Skyrim. No, this is not Skyrim. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. Free trial. All the way up to, I believe, second expansion now? I think it's now the second expansion? Level 80, 90? I can't remember. This actually reminds me about something I read in general, the difference between how boys and girls play with toys. Yeah, Free trial with 3 award-winning expansion. Yes, indeed. Indeed. I forgot the blurb. It's been a while. I never actually memorized it, but yes. But we are on a free trial account. And I'm taking my time with it because I really want to enjoy it. And do pretty much a completionist run of the free trial because I have not done that before. This game won awards? It has. It has. It's been around a while. It has been around a while. So, bogies. Where am I going to find bogies? Rhea, you played this before? I have played it before on and off over the last couple of years. Not on this account. Not as Harrier, I don't think. Have I played it before as Harrier? I don't know. Keep strong for the base game. It's okay in my eyes. Are we joining a guild? Not in a hurry. Not in a hurry. When we get to the in-game guilds, I forget the term now, the three big factions that you get to join, I am definitely joining the Gridania Yellow Serpents. But I'm not going to be joining a free company in a hurry. What was the first hour like? Pretty chill. It's very much eases you into the game very, very comfortably, very easily. They give you a whole bunch of tips and tricks in a very, very, very comprehensive tutorial. For instance, with action figures and girls and dolls, boys tend to more often treat the toys as their own characters, whereas girls more often tend to treat the toys as if they were themselves. Yeah. That's why boy-targeted toys like Transformers often used to have character bios to say who this character is. Yeah. It's definitely, guys like having a concept that they can roll with, and girls like projecting quite a lot. But that is also, once again, not a fixed set in stone rule. I personally like having character bios to work with. I do not necessarily need to self-insert myself into things. But that is where we are at. And Calyx, thank you so much for punting the Donothon again for me. Thank you. Well, yeah, that's in general. Yes. I think a lot of society would be a lot better off if we separated a couple of ideas about preferences regarding how one interacts with the world from one's physiology. But at the same time, one does need to be aware that with one's physiology, there do come differences in neurochemistry and internal wiring and how neurons fire and synapses connect, etc. So there's flexibility on a whole bunch of fronts. But that's getting into topics that I don't necessarily want to touch on in too much detail right this very moment. Yeah. Don't think too hard right now. Yeah. Let's roll with that. Let's roll with not thinking too hard. I'm going to talk with all of the chocobo keeps that I've encountered just because I do not want to keep seeing these. I don't want to see those. I will be able to acquire my own chocobo at level 20, so I'm not going to probably make use of the quarters too much. But that is a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. I am looking for the bogies. Now the bogies... You know what? I know where I'm going to find the bogies. Somewhere around here there is a cave type thing. The cave type thing Misty Song Grotto. Okay. So that is there-ish. There-ish. That is where I'm going to find the bogies. There's our cave entrance. And there's our bogies. Okay. All right. That works. There we are, there we are. All right. That is all we needed from in there, which means on our hunting log for our first level, the only thing we need to still find is an aurochs. Which is also somewhere here in Summerford. Map. Oh, I know where this is going to be. This is going to be here between this point and the cook pot. I remember now. I remember now. Vague recollection of where certain mobs can be found. Very, very vague. What? What is a... What's the Sahagi mini-boss doing over here? Do not touch with a barge pole. I will get mulched in an instant. What I want is one of you guys. And like that. One. There we go. And then you. Okay, we get two of you. Joy. Okay. Almost through. Just get out. There we go. So that is our level 1 hunting log cleared. We are now on level 2. Woohoo! Woohoo! We are now on level 2 on the hunting log. And level 12 in totality. Crazy how quickly we got there, right? And we have not even started with our first main story quest. We have not even started our first main story quest. And we're on level 12. Nice. And this Aurochs is following us. And okay. Out of the out of the aggro zone. Okay, so let's go to our first main story quest, I think. We can, right? We're probably going to be over-leveled for it already. But that's fine. I would rather be over-leveled for main story quests than under-leveled. Unless what we do is we actually go and hunt our way through the hunting log, almost all the way through. No, we're going to... You know what? I think what we should do is combine hunting log and class quests as our starting point. And go through that for a bit before we even open up main story. I think that would be a good idea. Let's do that for a change. I'm so used to just jumping into main story quest on this game. So let's do something a little bit different. Wait, really? I would get stuck on the light footing? To the Marauders? And let us go speak to Eorzea. Raptor, I have gathered what information I could concerning the beast that the young Sigurd boy bade you slay. The tales name this creature Kujata. Those who have witnessed Kujata in the terrifying flesh also call him the Stampeding Mountain. Such is his immense size and bulk. Again, I will not seek to dissuade you from claiming vengeance for the boy's parents. In fact, I encourage it. But to topple this lumbering colossus, you must first become its equal in strength and ferocity. As a single step towards that distant goal, I send you to the Blind Iron Mines. We have had word that folk are falling prey to the claws of a local Galagos. It is your task to protect the weak from these unruly creatures. Learn to channel the rage inside you, and let your axe blade sing in righteous slaughter. Casual! Marauder in a nutshell. Make carnage for the right reasons. Asterisk, question mark, question mark, question mark. Okay, where is that gonna be? Lower. So, to Lower Linasia. There we go. Let's go. And where exactly? Blind Iron Mines. Oh, it's there. Oh, it's there. Okay. Okay, I know where I'm going now. Sprint! Make use of the speed. What little speed I have. Before I can get a chocobo at level 20. I usually don't remember numbers, but I've done this enough times with enough characters to remember that I only get a chocobo at level 20. Also that it's an easy-ish enough number to remember helps. And almost there. Hard to starboard. And that looks like what we've got to go and hunt. Teo! Hello, welcome in, and hello raiders! Hi, my name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and as a change of pace, playing a little bit of Final Fantasy XIV today. How goes? How was your stream? How was your stream? And what were you up to? Stolstar dear. Thank you so much for the follow. It was bad? Oh no. Oh no. Is everything okay? I wish I could offer you cookies, but alas, the best I can do is swing axes in your honor. Ooh. Lung? Ooh, okay. Sorry. Muscle cramped in a weird place. Interesting. Okay. So that was the Galagos sorted. Now let's see. We are in Lower Lenosia, right? So we've got Fireflies, Gobboos, Western, Marabamo. Okay, so there's a couple of things here in Lower that we can go hunt. Morabe Bay and God's Grip. It's all in the south. Yeah, it's all in the south. Well, it's just yeah. Let's head south first, and then I will go back when my return spell goes off of cooldown. I'll go back when my return spell goes off of cooldown. Yeah, we are doing free trial of Final Fantasy XIV. I realized that before a slew of computer maintenance some months ago, had made a new account so that I could take advantage of the free trial. And then, for computer maintenance purposes, I uninstalled a bunch of stuff, including the game, and then I forgot that I had this. So we are practically on a completely fresh character. It is the only character that I've got on the account at the moment. It's insane. And we are starting A Realm Reborn, fresh from scratch. I am going to be doing this as slowly as possible, basically going the whole completionist route so far as what I can, to really make the most of the free trial. But I'm also in the middle of a donathon for a replacement graphics tablet because, in fact, I do draw for a living, and my tablet is nearing end of life, and I do need to acquire a replacement for hardware for that because otherwise I am going to have a really hard time making ends meet. Because if you don't have the tools of one's trade, it gets really, really difficult to do a job. So if you are feeling generous and have the means, then please consider donating towards that. We've got a bunch of cool goals that we are working towards. A whole bunch of model updates. We've got a karaoke stream that we're aiming for as well. Some cool, interesting Batsus and projects that we can unlock once we know that we can actually continue to being able to draw. So, if that sounds marginally interesting at all, please consider a little bit of generosity, but only if it is within your capacity to do so. If you are in a tight spot, please make sure that you are okay first and foremostly. Yes, I mostly draw. I'm currently working on a new VTuber model for Teo, as well as for Cheeky Wolf. So if you know, you know. But I also do a whole bunch of other illustration work. I am currently also rendering out a animation in Blender for a animated room background for another client. It's taking a small eternity because, once again, hardware. Whoopsie. It's okay. All right. Let's just slay this jackal. Okay. I'm sorry, jackal. I like jackals. And since I'm here, I'm actually going to attune to the aetheryte crystal here as well. I'm going to attune to the aetheryte crystal here as well. And speak to this chocobo keep so that I don't have yellow exclamation marks all over Eorzea. Although the likelihood of making use of their services is limited. Very, very limited. Big crystal. Really? I would go and jump into the puddle. Okay, that is actually my first. That's my first aetheryte outside of Limsa Laminsa. Okay, casual. There's a lot. There are a lot of quests around here, but I'm going to hold off on the side quests until I have got all of my class quests in the hunting log filled. Keeping our goals narrow and our list short. For the moment. And then we can go through a whole bunch of side questing before going into main story. Probably. Although, depending on how things go, I may very well end up doing class change quests before I start doing too much side questing so that I've got scope run away because I wholly underestimated. Okay, get inside the city gates there because Padfoot is too strong for me at the moment. So, safe zone, heal. Do I have food? I do in fact have food. I want to make use of the food because that is an EXP boost. And I'm going to put a potion over here. But I can make use of that as well. I've only got 2 of those though. Let's just do hunting log part first. And yes, I am still completely in my starter gear. I have not equipped a single piece of non-default gear yet. So, chances are, yes, I am hopelessly undergeared and under-equipped for what I am attempting to do. But that's fine. I will survive this. Probably. Krahazek, hello, hello, welcome in. Good to have you joining us. How are you doing? I should probably remember to actually eat a piece of food. There we go. And another mole. I'm starting to remember how this works. Okay, hunting log. Cleared on that. Gaboos. Okay. Those are gonna be further north. Further north, okay. I somehow managed to miss them in their entirety on my way down. Is okay. I will find the gaboos. I will find the gaboos. Yes, I know I'm being chased by jackals, but right now, you guys are not my priority. Hunting log. Hunting log. There's a gaboo. It is completely missing me. There we go. That's one down. There ought to be more, right? That can't have been the only gaboo in the area. It can't have been the only Gabu in the area, surely. It might well have been. Oh no, there's another one. There's another one. There we go. Well, thank you, Kira. Don't know why, but okay, thank you. Probably saw that I'm still in starter gear and figured, oh no, this hopeless level 3 needs help. Meanwhile, level 13 is okay. I'm actually tempted at one stage when I finally unlock whatchamacallit, glamours. I'm tempted at some stage when I unlock glamours to actually take the starter gear and make the starter gear a glamour. For no other reason than to just, you know, be able to run around and look like a complete noob without necessarily being a complete noob. Okay, there we go. Level 14. Hunting log. Is there anything else in lower? Quite a couple of things in God's grip. Alright. Where is this gonna be? Map. Go back down here again. Let's just clear what we can in this area before we're headed back for the remainder of the Marauders Guild quest, and then we'll go to Western Lenosia. And that is a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. I have cold coffee that I forgot about for a while. What is everyone else drinking? What is your safe for consumption beverage? Let's see. Fireflies, kickens. Okay, they are the kickens. And I still have not yet unlocked what I need for this focused oh dear, stunned. Come on. Almost got you. Almost got you. Almost got you. Come on. How many more of those do I need? One more. Oh boy. Let me grab you before your friends respawn. Because the respawn rate here in this game is quite rapid. Okay, and now I can undo other class quests as well. Kill. But not right now. I want to work the whole way through the Marauders quest line first before I start picking up alternate classes. It's an unusual methodology, I think. At least for me. It's definitely not normal. But I think that's how I want to handle it this time. Why did I think that there was... Why did I think there was a porter here? There is no porter here. Now, somewhere around here, there is something called a firefly. Somewhere. Now we just need to find them. Somewhere we need to find the fireflies. Let's see. It's a good vantage point, but I don't know if this is where I'm gonna find what I am looking for. Maybe up here on this upper ledge I'll find something. Lots of jackals and sprites. I am not seeing yet where I will find my fireflies. Map. Perhaps in that little cave thing? Whatever that is. Let's head that way and find out. Let's head that way and find out if that's maybe going to be what I am in fact looking for. Is that a cave or is that a island thingy? I think it's that. I think it's that. Hmm. Ah, yes. Found you. Found you. Okay. Next. There we go. Last one. Now at this point I'm starting to feel that my axe is definitely underleveled in comparison with what I am trying to do, because why? We're still on absolute raw, unchanged beginner's gear. But with that, we've got only one more firefly that we need to beat up. And then we will have completed this level sets hunting log for this area, which means we'll be able to now go back to Marauders Guild to get our next class quest. Wahaha. Let's go. There we go! Yay! And I actually just want to check here quickly. No. I want to check. Armory chest. Have I actually got anything? At all? Not yet. I have in fact not yet got anything. Because why I opted to acquire elegant pieces instead of gear for the early quests. It's fine. Welcome back, Raptor. Your actions have saved many from needless injury and anguish. But though your efforts are to be commended, there is yet much work to be done. Kujata, the object of your vengeance, has trampled a farmer's wagon as he thundered through the lands of the Tiller's Rest. The foodstuffs spilled from the overturned wain have attracted all manner of hungry predators. Without produce for the market, the farmers will surely suffer for coin this season. Your duty is thus clear. Put down these rapacious scavengers and preserve the cargo. Okay. Now, where on earth are we going for that? Tiller's Rest. Middle Enosia. Okay. That's where we're going next, apparently. But first, what I want to do is I want to head to let me head to the Hawker's Alley and see if there's who is probably the best person to trade my elegant pieces with? I know most people trade in them, so I'm gonna start with um I'm looking specifically for a good axe. Okay. Wait, how much gil have I got? Only 218. So let me go rather cancel. Wait. So I can't actually sell to him. Where can I sell? I forget. Can't speak to Kukarun yet. So literally kind of stuck until further notice. Okay. Literally kind of stuck until further notice. Noted. Noted, noted, noted. That's embarrassing. That's fine. Let's see if there's anything that I can get right on this side. Hmm. Let's see if I can at least. Okay. I'm just gonna sell those. Not worth much at the moment, but better than nothing. I have got no money. I am so broke. Wow. I am going to I'm going to need to definitely pick up some other quests so that I can actually earn gil. I actually need to actually need to do quests so that I can earn gil because while hunting is giving me levels, it's not giving me money. And I need a little bit of money. Because starter weapons are starting to show that they are starter weapons. So I'm going to you know what, let's just do the Summerford Farm quest. Let's do this one main story quest thing and see if this chain gives me something that I could use to at least get slightly better gear. I mean, it ought to. It is main story quest. It ought to give at least some gil. Eventually. If I recall correctly, it also awards gear, as well as elegant pieces. But for a start, I should probably attune to the Aetheryte. Alright, Stelwyn, let's see. What have you got to say for yourself? Ha! You must be the adventurer Baderon promised to send along. Rapture Citadel, wasn't it? You honored his word, so that's a good start. I'm Stelwyn, the old bastard, as Baderon likely described me, and this here is me humble orchard. A good number of the lads and lasses working here once terrorized the high seas, and if you're wondering why I employ these scrags, well, they used to crew my pirate ship. But the calamity did for our ship like it did so for so many others, and I was sore wounded on to the bargain. I had to feed myself and me crew somehow, and Admiral Millwyb's initiative to get us landlocked buccaneers working in the field seemed too fine an offer to refuse. Well, it turns out you can take the pirate away from the sea, but you can't take the sea away from the pirate. A lot of my blokes just never took to tending the soil, you see. And unfortunately, the botanists I called in to train 'em have been wringing their hands back in black despair. With so much work piling up, I need a tougher soul like you to step in and help where it's needed. Okay, let's do the thing. Level 5 is useless. Allegan. Have we seen any real people yet? Oh yeah, I've run past a couple of them. I've totally run past a couple. One even helped me slash the Gabu once. A single swing. I've a mind to set you to a task, Citadel, but before I do, I need to make sure you're properly kitted out. Pirates don't care to parley with dandies, you understand. It might well be that the ones here have traded in their cutlasses for coultiers, but they're still rogues at heart. Oh man, this means I've got to get gear. This is a gear quest. Ugh. I know a solid set of gear when I see it. Come back when you think you're more suitably equipped. Talk about Catch-22. Talk about Catch-22. I came to this quest to be able to get gear, and I need to get gear to be able to do the quest. Okay. Side questing it is. Map check. Like, the majority of actual players don't appear on the map if they're not in your party. So, I'm not going to actually see them on the map. Mini Shocked Bud, thank you so much for dropping by. I really appreciate it. I love redoing voice acting. We should do more unvoiced RPGs. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to come back to this one. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to come back to it. Like, some of the language is a little bit crude. I will be honest. Some of the language is a little bit crude, for my personal tastes. But I enjoy doing the voicing. I mean, open the map to have a look. Okay. Okay, we're picking oranges. If I leave them a day longer, they'll like to fall from the boughs. Not afraid of Pisky Hornet. I can pick some. I can pick some fruit. I can pick some oranges. Open the map to have a look. Okay. This is where we're at. Pish posh Final Fantasy XIV is as PG as they come now. language is crude. There's maybe not anything in terms of gore or less in terms of the more spicy stuff. But yeah, there are a couple of cruder phrases. I mean, especially amongst the pirates, we've heard kids saying bugger and shite. I mean, come on. I know it's not unusual in this day and age for kids to swear like sailors, but um, if that's like an 11-year-old, um, all of the reference to a whole bunch of crude things, oh no, and I just remembered that we're gonna have to we're gonna have an encounter in soon in Lenosia. That's going to be interesting. But anyway, so we have to pick oranges here, and that is where we have to pick up fallen things on the class quest and beat up the monsters that appear. So first things first, let's pick up on oranges. Am I on the Ria Kids channel? I don't like swearing. All right, I may be a creator who does not necessarily engage with younger audiences, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I like swearing. Or crude language in general. It's not my favorite thing in the world, you know? Which I find hilarious, considering that a lot of the personalities that I enjoy engaging with happen to, unfortunately, have a little bit of a potty mouth. But at the same time, they speak sense a lot of the time as well. So it makes for some interesting challenges of, okay, how much can I tolerate before I get tired of hearing too much swearing? Yeah, we don't need it to have fun, just like drugs and alcohol. Yeah, something along that line. Okay, so there's a wasp. Are there any more here? Not in this patch. Okay. Next patch over. Okay. Automod is on strict. Automod is on strict. That is why. Like I say, I do not like swearing, so I've got it filtered out so that I'm not subjected to it unnecessarily. If people start saying automod, then I'm assuming that a message that I have not seen got filtered out. So I've no idea what might have been said to get automod to respond. 450 gil, yay! We have more than doubled our gil. Let's test this. Let's not. Let's not. I would prefer if we don't. We have to pollinate each orange by hand because of the blasted pucks that prey on the nearby bees. Oh boy. If we could eradicate 5 puck hatchlings, it would save us from having to do nature's work. Okay. Pucks. Yeah, there are certain things that don't get flagged necessarily as potentially troublesome messages, but there are some things that do. One more, I think. Yes. Okay. That's that. And sprint back up. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. It was a harmless message about implying how I liked how cute our tail looked, so triggered improperly is my problem with it. Ah. That is interesting. Well, automated systems are known to have their flaws from time to time, so. I just trust Automod to help me out an awful lot more than putting it in a rule that no one is going to read or follow. And that is another hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. Did we choose our axe? We looked at our axe, but I couldn't afford it. I couldn't afford it. Hence why we're doing some side questing so that I can actually afford an axe. That does more than... Is it the first thing we found on the ground? It is what we had with us when we got off of the boat as a fresh adventurer. Summerford Farms Bombs bears the charge of the Admiral's Settlement Initiative. We are rewarded handsomely to brave new frontiers. Yet if we fail to fulfill our part of the bargain, the grant will be withdrawn. Oh, in spite of this, the washed-up pirates select to laze their days away. There's still time. We need only clear away the rocks and debris of the area to be deemed settled. Okay. If you're willing to help, find a shovel outside the hut on the hillside. Okay. Acquire a shovel. Okay. Is the axe based on our class? So could you have picked the sword, still made this exact character? Yes. So how Final Fantasy XIV works is that your class is determined by the gear that you carry. So if I go into my character setup here, you'll see that we have axe equipped. Now, if I had I can't remember what the so if I open up my armory chest here, you'll see that in our equipment we've got space for a whole bunch of different articles of gear. If I had something else from a different class, that piece of equipment would fill another slot. And if I equip that other slot, it will automatically change my class. I thought MMORPGs let you be proficient in everything on the same character. Yes. So basically, if I switch what weapon I've got equipped, it switches my class. And we've got gear sets, which basically let you set up gear that is most appropriate to whatever class you've got equipped at the time. And that will be your easy way of switching between gear sets if you want to switch classes on the fly. So if I go to gear set list here quickly, what I do want to quickly do is create a new gear set. And this is going to be my default set for if I need to change class, that I'm not all of a sudden stuck in my small clothes in the middle of town. Because that is something that new players are known to do quite frequently. So just make that gear set really quickly. Our preset, yes. So now I need to go down the hill and just clear a bunch of rocks and pick up debris. That's not hard. Make my way down the hill and do a little bit of gardening. What were the color choices for the tail? You had an option between black and white, which is dependent in your character creation on the clan that you choose. Although how that actually applies to dialogue options in gameplay, I have not seen. But yes, in terms of the scale color options, you had either black or white. I reckon this game won't have racists. I'm pretty sure there's maybe one or two NPCs that have that inclination. I can't remember them off the top of my head, but they're possibly in there. If we're talking about the player base, anything is possible. And I'm pretty sure, actually, that in A Realm Reborn, there is a character towards the end who is actually part of my species, who is hesitant to let her face be seen because she has, scales and a tail, which is unusual for the residents of this particular part of the continent. Or for this particular continent. She comes from another continent. The NPCs can't apparently see our physical features very clearly because they've not commented. Actually, I guess race is a pretty common trope in the fantasy. Yeah, it is. It is a huge. It's a huge thing because fantasy is one of the easiest genres in which to comment on it without necessarily pointing fingers at any one particular existing country in our world. Okay, so that was a player running past us in small clothes and a chocobo head. Okay, casual. Note to self, that jump was too big for us. A bunch of layabouts, indeed. Yikes. Let's think. We've now got very, very, very little. I'm gonna drop that there because that's useful. And just sort this. Drop the leather and the sinew in there, and the alchemy ingredients. Food ingredients I'll put in page 4 for now. Okay, alright, a little bit of inventory sorting. Sorted. Now, let's see. I need to go Wake of Destruction. If I had been really? Raiders? You know what? I'm gonna participate in this fight, it's fine. Level sync. Okay. Let me just participate in this. Since I am here, and because clearly these guys need help, it gave me at least a little gill. Rhea, did they change the YouTube UI again? Possibly. They may well have. This is not one of those games that function even without your intervention. Mostly not. They do, especially when it's something that has a level discrepancy, they will ask you to confirm whether you're going to participate in an event or not. But it is somewhat active. Yep. I used to be able to just click a button to add a video I'm watching to a playlist, but now there's an extra step of clicking 3-dotted button to get a prompt to save it. Yeah, that's a little bit of a pain. Yeah, then I think YouTube is pressing buttons in the background again. Here. Okay, this time if I get a piece of gear, I'm going to accept a piece of gear. Once again, your capacity for carnage has been tested and proven. The creatures you defeated, however, were merely some of the many base scavengers that subsist on the scraps left in the wake of Kujata's rampages. To face Kujata himself, you yet require far more training. But do not despair, Raptor. As Axemaster and fellow marauder, this I swear, I will not rest until I have taught you how to wring every last ounce of power from your weapon, until the blade of your axe can slice cleanly through the thickest hide, the most knotted muscle, the densest bone. The menace will fall by your hand. You may find yourself drawn to explore the possibilities offered by other disciplines and guilds. These distractions are inevitable, and perhaps necessary. But I urge you to soon return to the path of the marauder. I do not wish your edge to dull, just as you begin to show so much potential. Fare you well, Raptor. Okay. I'm gonna go with the leggings for now, because it's the easy one to keep, close at hand. Okay, now I have access to the armory system. Woohoo! Quests to unlock other classes can be undertaken by speaking to the receptionist in the corresponding guild. Okay, and that was my level 10 upgrade. Okay. There exist myriad disciplines in Eorzea that the adventurers can take up. For the most rewarding experience, however, it is recommended that you first focus on mastering your current class, which was the plan this time. Yay! No. Zany, hello. Is the Axe Master talking about the big bad? Yes, for the Marauder class, there is a class quest for each class, and each class quest has its own micro antagonist, basically. I sort of like the antagonist for the Lancer quest, like as an opening one. Our big bad for this is actually just a monster. For the Lancer story quest, the antagonist that we face is a person, which is an interesting one. The monk, I also believe, has a person as the primary antagonist that you face off against and compete with. So it depends very much depending on your class. I can't remember in terms of the healer classes anything about how those go. I am hesitant to play healer. Mostly because I do a lot of solo play. So I feel kind of bad about taking on a healer role and not necessarily being any good at it because, yeah, irk. But yes, the armor system, woohoo! We finally got it. And we're already at the level 15 class quest. Lovely. I see you've been diligent in your training. You need not tell me in words. It shows in your bearing, in your unwavering gaze. It is time for you to once more lift your axe in service to the guild. There have been reports of a sizable creature roaming the outskirts of Aleport in western Eorzea. This monster is no Kujata, but the threat it presents to the locals is nonetheless sufficient to warrant our attention. It should also prove a worthy foe to test your burgeoning prowess. How to find this beast? Well, I'm fortunate enough to count among my acquaintances a veteran hunter and an archer by the name of Rainford. He took up residence in Aleport some years ago, and will gladly aid you in this task. With Rainford's assistance, you are to track down this prowling danger and provide it swift and bloody passage to the afterlife. May your axe swing true. Okay, let's do that. But first, let's just go inventory. Yeah. Wait. Let's put those on. So at least one article of gear is a level 10 piece of gear. It's better than having complete noob gear. It looks horrible, but it's fine. How do you be bad at healer? Don't we just stay off the flashing lights on the floor? Yes, but you also need to pay attention to a lot of other people. And if you're playing solo, it means that doing damage is difficult. So you spend a lot of your time running away. So until you've got a chocobo that you can basically order to be your DPS companion, if you are a solo player, playing as a healer is a little bit challenging, at least by my experience. I'm gonna go to the what was that? Zany, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you. Oh my word. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the. Thank you. Ah! Big thank you, Zany. Greatly appreciated. Let me just do the thing over here. You are getting a design, a courtesy of the size of your donation. You have just qualified for a surprise outfit for your character. So you can send me a DM with which character you would like me to design a surprise outfit for, and I shall be working on that in the next stream. I will be designing you a surprise outfit. Woohoo! Thank you! And I think that's about to. Yes, let me just open up my spreadsheet because I forgot to do that. I've got a spreadsheet where I'm keeping track of everything. It is here. This one in events, in Donothon, and spreadsheet. Okay. I forgot to put this up. Just one moment, please. Let me just drop this where I can quickly do the updates that I need to do. Okay. So that puts us at let me just type this in so I can actually have the machine do the math for me because I suck at it. It's there. And We are at 680 pounds. Oh my word, thank you so much. And that is, we are at 680. At 700, we get our next batsu, which is the coffee and 10 sugars. And I do not drink sugar in my coffee, so that's going to be toe-curdlingly sweet. So we have unlocked this day the short hair toggle that I'm going to be making later, as well as you guys are going to get the opportunity to choose a safe for work voice script for me to read. So we are 20 pounds away from the next batsu. We are 20 pounds away from the next batsu. And that's going to be fun. But the batsu after that is going to be a riot. Because at the 1,200 pound batsu, I've got to write a song, but I've only got one instrument basically, and that's my microphone, because I'm not going to be working in a digital audio workstation proper with synthesizers and all that cool, weird technological madness. I've only got my microphone and whatever objects on my desk that I can use for Foley and my voice for composition, because I can't play any musical instruments and I don't know how to write music, so that's gonna be fun. There is one article that is kind of cool that I've got, which I discovered I can use to make a cool sound effect. It sounds a little like a water droplet. And I've got a jar of dirt that I can use as a shaker. So at least for percussion, I've got something. But yes, a lot of acapella, and a lot of cool things are going to happen. But thank you so much for the contributions. I need to come to the scroll of thanks. Where is the scroll of thanks? Scroll of thanks. Let me select you, please, and thank you. There we go. And you are added. Whoa! Well, I'm actually just going to change that because your numbers change depending on where you are. So I'm just going to change it to Zany. I'm just going to change it to Zany. Yay! Thank you. We're so close to the halfway mark. I am shook. Thank you. Big thank yous. This is huge. Greatly appreciated. Airport. I need to go to the Arcanists Guild because I believe the fairy docs are going to take us to airport. No? Fisherman's Guild. Fisherman's Guild ferry takes us to airport. This ferry is bound for airport. Are you riding with us? Yes, we are. 40 gil. 40 precious gil. Ouch. Yes, we're going. And I believe there is an etherite shard in airport, which I still need to unlock. I don't think I've got this shard unlocked. Yep, I did. I was in fact not attuned to airport. So that is the first port of call. Is the etherite. And then I'll come back to the quest. Yeah. Alright. Attuned. Now, let's see. Brutal strength. Okay, so it is in fact that guy. But first, let's speak to the Chocobo Keep, because why? I do not want to keep seeing little exclamation marks everywhere. So, every time I see one, I'm going to just talk to them so that it doesn't sit and clutter my line of sight. Is this up here? Or is it inside? It's inside, okay. Okay, Rainford. Let's see. One of Wernzun's boys, are you? Why, I've known that sprat since he was a knee-high to a... Well, he was always kind of a big fella. That was Wernzun. And now they call him Axemaster, eh? Not a subtle lot, you marauders. So, I suppose you're here to hunt down our local trouble. What you need do, then, is take yourself northwest up to Camp Skull Valley and give a good whistle. The mean bug you're after. His name is Patron, by the way. He'll come a-running across the weeded plains. He'll think you're trespassing on his territory, you see. So you better have that cleaver of yours ready. Oscon's blessing upon you. Okay. Great time to be wielding a level 0, a level 1 axe. Great time to be wielding a level 1 axe. Wow. Wow. Okay. Skull Valley. I need to be. That is a fate. I need to go to port. Oh, hello. I see hunting log. And if I can't do damage to a pack, then I'm not going to stand a chance against this guy. Alright, that's something. And that is a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. I will do so as soon as I'm done beating up this particular puck. In a moment. There we go. So, hydrates. There we go. And would you look at that? I see more things in the hunting log. Straight ahead. But let's go this way. Why? Because that at least takes us in the same direction as our quest. Do they have auto battles? Do you set it to auto mode and they just whoop enemy butts? The closest thing to auto battle is once you've unlocked a chocobo, is that you can summon your big bird companion to fight alongside you, but your battles are manual. I do not know if there's an auto mode in any part of this game. I've personally not experienced it. But the idea is that you actually play the game. So chocobos can throw hands. Well, they are big birds. Have you seen their feet? They can stomp. Them's big birds can stomp with with great gusto. Okay, so that is what I've got to interact with, but I'm just going to get rid of this last pelican because otherwise I might end up fighting more things at once than what I can handle. Supposing that the other two don't respawn by the time I get to actually unlocking my destination, which is very likely going to happen actually. Now, there we go. Hello. Hi, kitty. Hi, Anya. There we go. Almost gotcha. Sorry, Mal. But, you have met your match, sadly. Okay. Still one more of these that I can take down before. The hunting log is satisfied, apparently. So let's take advantage of that. Now, level 17, woohoo! Okay. Now, we go back. We now go back. We are close. To a whole bunch of things. Once again, a lot is only going to actually unlock once I've actually gone through main story quest stuff. A lot is only going to unlock after I've gone through main story quest stuff, actually, now that I think about it. So I'm going to need to actually focus on that a little bit. Back to the Marauders. I need to just check what's this. I need to have head, body, hands, legs, feet. So feet check, so I need head, body, hands, legs. Yeah. Articles. I've been in contact with Rainford, and he had naught but praise for you. Your representation of the guild has been exemplary. There is one more task I would have you complete this day. A task that will demonstrate for you just how strong you have become. Report to Skapfgim, where he waits on the bank of the Ageless River, and he shall help you unveil the untapped power of your acts. Okay? To the Ageless River, wherever that is. Middle of Nosia. Okay. Okay. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. Middle. And then we can run this way. There's our guy. I think that's our guy. Yes, it is. Skepfgim, let's see what you've got to say for yourself. Aye, lad, I know why you're here, and after seeing this big old boulder, I'd wager you know why you're here too. Now, my rock's a bit more of a challenge than those pebbles Rotgeim had you training on. To crack this beauty will require a relatively heavy swing. Impossible, you say? Wernzoan wouldn't send you out here if he didn't think you capable. Okay. Unmovable boulder. Well, that was, anticlimactic. Would you look at that? And on your first attempt, too. Well, I guess it's back to Axmaster for you. Yeah, casual. That was, and very, very, very casual. Even with level 1 gear. Wow. Wow. Okay. Because I'm pretty sure the shoes only do anything about defense. Let's not talk about aesthetics at this point in the fight. Until glams happen, it's going to be an abomination, as far as looks go. Because I'm also pretty sure I still can't afford anything from the Hawker's Alley. What are we doing if we're not fashioning? Waiting until we can fashion. We are fighting to the point where we can fashion. There's the reason why the fashion is the end game, not the early game. Early game is cringe. I knew you would return before long. The deafening crack of shattering boulder reached me even here. This feat of strength deserves recognition, and you shall have it in the form of a new technique. Adopted and perfected by our guild forebears, the tomahawk throw was first devised by pirates as an opening attack for closing on enemy vessels. Finally, a ranged attack! Yes!
Okay, we're finally getting the ranged attack.
Though we primarily focus on close-quarter combat, you will no doubt find that having a powerful ranged strike at your disposal greatly expands your tactical versatility. I sense that the impending confrontation with Kujato weighs heavily upon your mind, Raptor. But hurried swings lead to glancing blows. There is no swift road to attaining the peak of mastery you seek. Only a steady, measured ascent. Okay, I'm going to take the... it's all... Okay. Color-wise, it's all ghastly, but I'm going to take the gauntlets. I'm going to take the gauntlets. Hands, swap for the gauntlets. Oh man, see, that is... It's a bit of an abomination in terms of color combination. It's a bit ghastly. Okay, you can't actually see it through all of my UI. Let me actually check something here, because I'm not actually happy that that's the easiest way to have this laid out, now that I think about it. HUD layout. Let's put that there, and that there, and that there for now. And actually put you guys to the side. That's the nice thing with this particular game, is that you can actually rearrange your user interface to suit yourself. Save. Yeah, let's just leave that there. Okay, looks a little bit different, but it's something. Okay. Now, let's see. What have I got in my inventory? More hide. More reagents. Which, considering I do not see myself going into alchemy in a hurry, I should probably maybe sell. Maybe. I don't know if I should hoard those, but... Okay. So I need to, at the very least... let's just go and get the cheapest sets of level 5 gear that we can get our hands on. So that I can at least get past this main story quest. Because this is A little bit tragic at the moment. Jeweler. Apothecary. Let's see. Disciple of Wargear. Okay. The stats don't matter quite so much as just having something that's not level 1 and is cheap. So that's head. Okay, so now I've got 300 gil left for body. I can just barely afford that one. Okay. That took me all the way down to 4 gil. Terrifying. Just to be able to keep on going with main story quest. Meanwhile, we are surrounded by fashionistas. Okay, to Middle Enosia. Oh wait, that costs skill. Never mind, then I'm running. I'm running. I feel a little bit better about life knowing that I ran faster than a Lalafell as an aura. Without sprint being active. Now let's just do the abominable fashion disaster that is going to be this madness. Do not display headgear. Ew. That is a grim collection. But at least I'll be able to proceed with the quest. Let's have a look at you, shall we? Oh-ho! As long as you're this well covered, I won't feel any guilt throwing you to the sharks. I don't know if we're thinking about the same reasoning for being thrown to the sharks here, mate. Erstwhile buccaneers are an honorary lot. They rage in love for the sea and care little for the laws of the land.
But they respect strength, and by the looks of you, I'd say you have a little trouble getting their attention. You'll have little trouble getting their attention for all of the wrong reasons, my dear. I will take that axe. Or will I take that axe? It's only a level 5. I will take the bronze. Ah, Citadel, the aura of confidence tells me you've not been idle since we last met. I hope I've read you all right, for I have a task that requires the attention of a capable adventurer. Might that adventurer be you? Hopefully, otherwise we're in for a very short day. Good to hear. Then I shall lay before you the sorry tale. You'll have heard rumors of the abductions. Aye, citizens have been disappearing from every corner of Limsa, as if plucked from the face of Hydaelyn, boots and all, by an unseen hand. And what's this got to do with Summerford Farms, you might ask? Well, that remains to be seen, but it seems a collection of right unsavory fellows with azure-tattooed faces have just been creeping up to the edges of the fields and spying on my yeoman. Now, I doubt anyone would enjoy being scrutinized by such savages at the best of times, but the farmhands are convinced that they're the kidnappers of rumour, come for their hides. Needless to say, they're beside themselves with worry, and their work's suffering for it, which is the very last thing I need when my old crewmen are still getting used to their new jobs. It's a struggle to get them to leave the farmhouse of a morning. That is, as they say, where you come in. Would you be willing to investigate these tattooed thugs for me? Fantastic. Good lad. The sooner we get to the bottom of this, the sooner this place will start to resemble a working farm again. I suggest you begin by having a look around Seasong Grotto. If reports are to be believed, our unwelcome visitors have occupied that place. Be careful, though, Citadel. I couldn't say for sure what manner of miscreants we're dealing with here. If they are the kidnappers, well, just be on your guard, all right? All right, sir. We can do that. We can do that. Okay. To the grotto! Let us be on our way. The armor jingles. The armor jingles. Lovely. I'm enjoying this absurdly much. Um, and I'm gonna have another one of those just to give me that experience boost. And let's interact. Because plot is going to happen! You are about to enter an instance battle. Instanced battles only occur during certain quests and missions. Yes, of course. Spatial instances. I know about spatial instances. We are going to proceed. I know it's going to take us back down to level 9. Wow. Only half our current level. Only half our current skills.
I have been everywhere but around Summerford Farms, honestly. Sorry, Ashtola.
Oh. Angry Gobble!
Don't you just love the anime logic of let's have an attack happen and have enough time for dialogue in the middle of it all?
Alright.
Now to tank for the Conjurer. Now, firstly, grab all of that. Now let me get it to spin around. There we go. So now it's not facing the Conjurer because that's important. Because we don't want our teammates to get caught. No, don't you? No, you keep your eyes on me. Eyes on me. Thank you. Eyes on me. I need to keep doing more damage so that it... I need to be doing more damage. No. I know she can take it. Because she's way stronger than I am at the moment. But I seriously need this to get off of cooldown right now. Come on. Come on. There we go. So many bogeys. Okay, well, then we at least got that through. Without immense difficulty. Despite still being on a level 1 axe. And now plot begins. With a hydrate. Acquire your safe for consumption beverage like our character is about to acquire a crystal. Banshee. Cha-cha! Shiny. Ooh. Wild.
big crystal.
Oof. What a place to pass out, eh? Yeah. About that. Oh boy, aren't you right there? She's cool. But okay, let's head back. Let's head back. Nice and swiftly. Plot! Don't you just love plot? I'm not always upset by a simple plot as long as it's entertaining, really. And sometimes a good thing takes a while to build up. So I think as an introductory arc, they're doing pretty well so far. Citadel! Right glad I am to see you safely returned. My lads are all gabbing about here in what sounded like all seven hells breaking loose near the grotto, and I feared I'd sent you to your death. If you were in the middle of that commotion, I hope it yielded something of interest. I'd hate to think you'd risked your life for naught. Well, we got something out of it. A blade pulled from the back of the creature you slew at the cave, eh? I'd agree that such a knife would be part of any seafaring man's kit. I'm starting to think that these ruffians are pirates, come to lure my firemen's back to the life of plunder.
Chances are they didn't take kindly to your appearance at their doorstep, and set a maddened gooboo on you. Aye, the pirates have been adding to the numbers of late. I'd best warn the lads and lasses in my employ to be on guard against their schemes. Hmm? You met someone else at the grotto? A woman with a strange contraption. Ah, Yashtola! She's been in Limsa for a good while now. Her studies of the ether often bring her about into Summerford, so her presence at the grotto is hardly unusual. She's an odd-looking lass, I grant you, but she's not the kind to associate with kidnappers. You may take my word for that. Where trust should be lacking is in those yeomen of mine who have yet to wholly relinquish their pirate pasts. The temptation to return to the free and easy life of a buccaneer may prove too strong to resist. You have me thanks, Citadel. If it weren't for the efforts of stalwart adventurers like yourself, this farm would be in far worse state than it is. Just you keep on lending your talents to those in need, eh? Help bring Limsa to the brighter future she deserves. Okay, I'm going to take the potion because I am starting on a combat class that does not necessarily require the greatest amount of MP. But we've got next stage, so let's keep going because I need to actually get through a bunch if I want to actually unlock utilities, which will be helpful later in the game. So let's keep going. That sea sloth Severin and his lot. Never around when there's work to be done. I'd sooner hire you for the sake of getting things done, but then the rapscallions would never learn. Round them up and let them know that Stelwern would like a word. And don't take no for an answer. Aye, sir. Let's do just that, shall we? Now, is the first bunch that I'm supposed to persuade in the front, or no? These guys are all basically furniture. There you are, there you are. Ugh. How am I supposed to work on an empty stomach? Go on. Have a guess at what I had for breakfast. Breaded sticks or ash tuna? I'm gonna say breaded sticks. What? How'd you know? That's my breath, ain't it? It probably smells as wooden as the food tasted. But I know you why you're here. I'd just as soon get some real food in me, but I ain't one to reject a summons from the captain. At least little one's got wit about him on that front. Now, where are you? There. Axes were made for splitting skulls, not stumps. You know what I did in my sailing days? Skirmishing or wanton slaughter? By the sounds of it, wanton slaughter. You bet your beard I did, lad. Aye, those were the days. I reckon now I'll have to be satisfied with taking my axe to those trees. Just stick with the trees. Just stick with the trees. Trees grow backs while skulls do not. Is there someone fishing down here or something? Oh, there. There you are. So, Staleworn sent you. And what do you reckon I say to that? Oof. Work is for the weak and witless. Oish, that sounds like the sort of thing this person would say. Damn right. Didn't get where I am by taking guff from any glorified gardeners. But I suppose I could see what he wants to get him off my back. I can see why he's having so much trouble with his staff. That attitude is not conducive. And there's Severin. Troublemaker himself. Aye, I'm Severin. You're the old man's errand boy now? Well, tell my dear old captain not to itch his breeches. I'll be along. Oh, and just so we clear, I don't care for the landlubbers. Go find the chocobo you ride in on, and ride on out. I will have you know that I'm a certified skipper. Motor and sail up to 100 gross tons. Thank you. He may have more mileage on the water, but I got the piece of paper. Okay, so there's still someone below. On this side, perhaps? Oof. Okay. There you go. Work? Ha! Can't work when me hands are full lifting this mug. You know, I'd wager me last gill you'd never guess what I'm drinking. Well, you're right about the swill part. I reckon it might be worth a day doing old Staleworn's charms if I can afford me a taste of proper grog. Fun fact that grog is actually specifically watered down alcohol. Specifically watered down. I believe it's half-half, but I'm not 100% sure about the ratio. You continue to impress, lad. All but Severin are accounted for. It's no fault of yours, he squirmed out. I've let that worm wriggle through my fingers more times than I can count. But rest assured, the next time I see him, I'll put him squarely in the dirt, where all such worms belong. Oh, lovely. Pains me to say, but all the gil in the world can't buy loyalty. There are some, like you, who can be trusted. But then there are others. Until now, I've had no choice but to rely on that charlatan Severin, even though I am full aware he's been doing shady deals behind my back. More than once I've heard tell of improper trading with goblins. I wouldn't be the least surprised if that were happening right now. Not a bell ago, a sack of oranges vanished, as did Severin. I want you to find and confront the bastard for me, Citadel. I'm sure there's wrongdoing afoot, so be sure to doubt anything that comes out of his mouth. Okay, and that is going to be a call for emotes. Where is my emotes? Firstly, let's put that over here because I'm probably going to use those rather frequently. And I'm gonna grab here. I'm gonna grab where is that one? I reckon is going to get used relatively frequently. Foreclaw.
for quest purposes, so I'll just leave that one up. And we'll see what else I use frequently later. But first, let's go find Severin and give him a good shaking. Or a good Severin, whatever is most appropriate at the time. I'm pretty sure they gave him that name specifically for that pun. Alright, and let's see.
Bloody ells! I'm up as straight without a paddle.
Well, at least you know.
What's this now? Stalewern sent you for the oranges? Huh. So the old bugger had known all this time. What does it matter anyway? Listen, you're one of those goody-goody adventurer types, right? Go rescue me mates from those double-dealing goblins. They're just over yonder by the bonfire.
Wow. Leave it to a criminal to not be ready to save his own teammates? Like, just wow? Like, let's help these guys out.
Severin sent you? The way he flew out of here, I'm sure he sold us down the river.
Oh, that tells you plenty.
If you hadn't come, my dodo would have been cooked. Cooked dodo. I owe you one. Would have gotten away myself if it were not for Severin shoving me aside. Well, at least you guys know what kind of friend you picked up.
Asterisk friend. Question mark, question mark, question mark. I'm surprised he's still here.
You saved me, mates, and for that I owe you. Suppose I should be ashamed I couldn't clean up me own mess. But a pirate knows no shame. I've no qualms about going back on me word. I'm only giving you the sack 'cause I like the cut of your jib. Take it to Ossine and send him my regards.
That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Pride makes you do a great many stupid things. That's for sure. Combine that with laziness. And comfortable inertia. And a healthy dose of greed. And you find yourself in a very messy mess. Like, I am seriously faster than these people. Why? Oh. Oh, I need to be over. I need to be away down. I should have gone south, not north. Go. Okay, I went the wrong way. Aha! Whoopsie. I went the wrong way. Izuki. Izuki. So used to having that one place that I need to keep returning to. Thinking of going anywhere else just feels odd. But Izuki. No, 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 no. Let's see, let's see, let's see. This is gonna be all the way in that corner, way over there. 21 seconds until I can sprint again. Let's see. It's not necessarily going to be worth it sprinting that last little stretch. Yeah, wasn't going to be worth it. But it's okay, it's okay. Alright, scene. What have we here? A delivery from Summerford Farms. And as scheduled. There's a first time for everything. Well, look at that. Not a single one missing either. About the only things not here are those bagmen, and I don't miss them one bit. Here's Stalewind's payment in full. With you, I can trust it to reach him. That tells you an awful lot about how the interactions have gone up until this point. An awful lot about how the interactions have gone up until this point. You know, I am fairly certain that the only reason why I am moving with this speed is because I am unencumbered. Holly. Actually, I don't even know if inventory weight pays has any impact on Final Fantasy XIV movement speed. Now that I think about it, I can't recall. Although it is possible that the shoes might have an impact on movement speed. I can't remember either. I did not exactly look closely at the stats. Back in one piece. That's a relief. How did you fare, Citadel? Kill. Ah, this is what I was aiming for. Looks to be all I was owed, all right. Though I'd be telling you false if I claimed I'd not held out more hope for Severin. I was even willing to overlook the skimming off the top, but to sell us all short in favor of those godforsaken goblins. You do well to mind yourself around that two-gilt cheat. If he'd leave his own mates for dead,
There's no telling what he'd do to you. Fair, fair. I'm gonna grab that. Okay, finally done with that quest line. There, now what does this person have to say? Loam maintenance, okay. Blast! At this rate, the crops will never be ready for harvest. If we only had black loam, just a bit could send our stalks soaring. I'd bet Rutwida knows where you might find some. Perhaps you might pay her a visit on the orchard. Black loam, compost. Fertilizer. I have no idea what you're going to talk about, but I have a funny feeling that it's not going to be anything useful right now. Alright, Rashida, let's see what you have to say. That gherkin's got a head of cabbage if he thinks I'm fetching any black loam. But if you dare to pinch some from the cockpot, then be my guest. Just mind you don't get trampled upon by the aurochs that dwell there. Once you've 3 bushels worth, take the black loam to Prifwell at Tiller's Rest. He'll know what to do. Yay. Compost delivery. It's blech. That way I was going to affect. I really need to learn which one is which. But that is a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Mm-hmm. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Now I wonder. Okay, the aurochs are not going to bother with me because of the level difference. Yay! Now where do I need to go from here? Northeast. Prifwall, let's see what you've got to say. Ugh, even the weeds wither and die in this desolate dirt. Well, have some manure for your troubles. But a bit of this black loam ought to change all that. I haven't seen any in ages. Gathering black loam is not for the weak of will, nor the weak of stomach, eh? Oh, no, definitely not. Ugh, don't tell me Gurkhans and Rutwada neglected to mention where black loam comes from. Well, surely you figure to tout all on your own from the cloying stench. It comes from the Aurochs' lair, of all places. Well, why dwell on who misled whom about what? What matters is your efforts have brought us the Black Loam, and we can expect a bountiful harvest as a result. Thank you. Yay. I'm gonna go with that. Okay. Almost at level 20. Lovely. Confounded pirates! They know nothing of tillin', only killin', stealing our shovels to melt and forge into axes of all things. They're biting the hands that feed them, the mangy mongrels. I'd love to teach those curs a lesson in obedience myself, if I hadn't sworn to Stalewern that I wouldn't fight no more. So I need you to bring back our farm tools and make sure those dogs reap what they've sown. Combat! Wait. Ooh, Final Fantasy XIV. Hello, Citrina. Welcome in. Yes. We are attempting the free trial once again. Because I've, in fact, had a free trial account that I had forgotten about for some months. And we're taking advantage of it with a nice slow playthrough from scratch. So we are on level 19 as a marauder. And so far it has been really chill. It's been a good time. It is a fun time? Yes, it is. It is. Don't you just love a good ranged attack? To just single one person out of the fray in particular. Just helps keep the flow of enmity manageable. There we go. Why go to the enemy when I can get the enemy to go to me? I wonder what those sea dogs will try and steal when there's no harvest. Yeah, true that. I was a ranged attacker. Every just came at me. There was no killing individually. Yeah. It's very much a line of sight thing as well, and exactly what sort of enemy you're trying to pull out. Sometimes it works to pull out a single person, sometimes it doesn't. Like I imagine that bards have a hard time. Bards and archers have a hard time, specifically. I remember playing as a archer bard at one point, but I can't remember how exactly that went. Good to see the tools back, and in serviceable condition, which will be more than we can say of Severin when we get our hands on him. The rich likely had a role in the theft. Spied him meeting the pirates in secret, I did. Couldn't care less if the wastrel won't work, but when he consorts with the cut purses that take our tools away, he's crossed the line. Stalewern ought to know what sort of scalawag he's dealing with. Take word to him, will you? Gotcha. On our way back again. And sprint to just get through that a little bit faster. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of bloomin' speed. Okay. And we're back. Not yet done with this orc. Pirates making off with our tools. Prefwell did well to not take matters into his own hands. Last thing I need is blood on my crops. But I'll be damned if Severn thinks he can take us for fools. His treachery won't go unpunished. Wait. Inventory? No. Character? Armory chest? Oh, I'll be able to actually upgrade my weapon now. Yay. Oopsie. I'm gonna take the knives because I am gonna want to pick up the rogue class later. I've come to expect a great deal from you, lad, and you've never once let me down. Yet what I'd ask for you now goes beyond aught I've asked before. Would you hear my plea all the same? It eases my mind to have your ear. You're no doubt familiar with that scoundrel Severn by now. Well, the schemin' scapegrace is at it again. Since that letter came for him, he's been skulking about in a manner he does when he's up to no good. Now he's rounded up his rogues and buggered off, with nary a word to anyone. I've grown accustomed to his insolence, but something tells me this is different. It ain't exactly damning, but when I last had words with him, he didn't look defiant so much as hunted. I can't help thinking he's gone looking for trouble and found more than he wanted. So I was hoping you might hunt his sorry hide down and drag it back here before it's too late. The ungrateful little cur bites me every chance he gets, but I can't quite bring myself to cut him loose. I suppose he reminds me a bit of my younger self. Suffice it to say, I'd rather he didn't come to a sickly end. As to how to find him, I'd try asking Grinawada at the Aetheryte. She was the last one to see him. I dare say she'll be able to tell you where he was headed. Let's do this very quickly. Switch to that one and go next level up, because that's our starter set, our starter gear, which we're going to use for class changes later. Oh, that is a nice mount. It's so cool! Look at that! Alright, Grinawada, what have you got to say? Nothing that passes through those gates escapes my notice. I saw the Rouser and his rabble set out for Wood Whisper Canyon not long ago, singing about drinking themselves stupider. Cheeky sod said I should join them. I told him I'd rather shrivel up than sip whatever it was they'd pickled in brains. If you find the idle swine, be sure to give him a cuff around the ear for me, will ya? A cuff around the ear will be the kindest thing he gets, but okay. Okay, to the bridge. And that fate is still going. Good grief. Those poor level 4 yellow jackets. They have such a tough time. Aylmer. Of all the dirty, deceitful, downright dastardly deeds that slippery bastard's done. Claiming to take the lads out for a drink, only to lead us slated to a bloody trap. It don't get no lower than that. Of course, I've learned to stay a step ahead of old Severin, so I was ready, but the other ones weren't so lucky. You've got to help him. Yeah, and you still stupid enough to actually follow him in the first place? I'm sorry, but yeah, that's a little bit dumb. Just a little dumb. My axe may as well have been a white flag for all the good it did. Hope you fare better, or the sorry bastards in there are done for. Severin might have got us into this mess, but I ain't about to let him give his life for us. I'd sooner bow to a fishback than be in that conniving bastard's debt. To arms! Okay. A true knave. You betray even yourself, Severin. Oof. Yeah, you had that coming to you, kid. We were prepared to overlook the matter of your desertion on the condition that you provided us with suitable replacements. That was the agreement. Yet your latest change of heart leaves your debt to us unpaid. Few are they who betray the serpent reavers twice. You will not do so a third time. Cowering behind your protector will only delay the inevitable. Honorless wretch, your life is all you have left. And worthless though it be, we shall take it. O mournful voice of creation, grant ye this humble stone a soul, that it may wake to life. And we've got a golem. We got a golem. Okie day, let's get the golem. Okay. This is going really quickly, wow. Are you telling me I had 28 minutes for that? I had 28 minutes for that? I could have done that with starter gear. I could have done that with starter gear, what? That the golem could be vanquished. That man is no ordinary adventurer. Oh. Creepy. And Yashtala is back. The snake slithered away. I'm only glad he did not have the chance to sink his fangs more deeply into you. those pirates do not belong to any of the known Limmensen factions, whom then do they serve? The beast tribes? Surely not. But the time of their appearance coincides all too neatly with the recent surge in Sahagin and kobold activity. Something is afoot. The question is, what? Could it be that the tribes are planning to summon their primals? 12 help us if that should prove to be so. Limsa would be hard-pressed to keep a single primal at bay, let alone 2. But all is yet speculation. I must needs find evidence. The seas continue to rise, while the lesser moon continues to fall. And ilm by ilm, the world becomes ever more unlike itself. It is as Louis Soir foretold. The coming of chaos has rendered the laws of nature mutable, blurring the boundary between the material and ethereal planes. Little now stands between us and the primals. But they are not here yet. Though time be against us, hope shall ever be on our side. Never did the creed of the Charlian ring more true. Never did I dream that I would possess the means to see ether. Yet now that I do begin to take it for granted. How swiftly do the wonders of the Charlian become commonplace. Here, for you. Have you come for the festivities? Today the Maelstrom officially makes the Great Hole in the Sea its training ground. Join in the celebrations. Wait, a disturbance in the etheric flow. But whence does it emanate? Sea Song Grotto, perhaps? There we go. Welcome back. Welcome back. What have we here? Can you walk? 'Tis I. Regrettably, no. He eluded me. Understood. I will inform the Commodore. You collapsed from your exertions. Are you suitably recovered? Severin here has appraised me of all that transpired. His account shed some light upon how you came to be attacked by a golem of all things. A golem is a mindless automaton, inert save when commanded to be otherwise. Common pirates could not hope to control such a thing. So arcane are its workings. But then these tattooed wretches are no common pirates. They are the minions of the Sahagin. As to their purpose, well, I shall get to the bottom of it. But first I must escort Severin back to the place of his employment. I dare say Stalewern will be wondering what has become of him. And you too, for that matter. I will bear word to him of your preservation, but I am certain he would like to thank you in person. Pray pay the man a visit. Ah, He told me of you, but perchance he did not tell you of me. My name is Yashtala. I am a naturalist of sorts, surveying the ether in the hope that it might offer up some clue as to our predicament. I'd say I owed you my life, but that don't cover it. If it weren't for you, my friends would be dead and all. 'Tis a debt I can never repay, but I'll not make things worse by running away. Take me to Summerford Farms, and I'll face the consequences. For reasons I cannot fathom, you seem... Forgive me. Mayhap we shall have a chance to speak again when I have marshalled my thoughts. Until our paths next cross, farewell. Trying to remember their voices from very, very, very brief cutscenes for later emulation is an interesting challenge. I am not going to lie. Like, Yashtala is the only character who have actually actively heard what she sounds like so far. And I do think that I might have not gotten it quite right, but I tried. Where are we? We are at 10 o'clock UTC, just about. Okay. My headache is finally going away. Yay! Hope everyone is holding out all right. Lo! I knew you'd return. Yashtala delivered Severn a bit ago. Tales of your heroic deeds precede you. The rest came shuffling back too, the lot of 'em sporting the same haunted expression. It's me to blame for that. That ain't the rest. I was once a serpent reaver. A thrall to the Sahagin? 7 hells! Reavers may look and sound and act like pirates, but they're not but the fishback's flunkies. Us pirates ain't much for laws, but there's things we won't do. We've got a code, see? But the Reavers never followed word of it. A few years back, they started snatching law-abiding Leminsons. I'd only just taken my oath when our captain bent the knee to this new Sahagin masters. I knew I had to get away. So I crept off one night, got myself a new name, and found myself a new home. Summerford Farms. Trouble is, secrets don't stay secret for long around here, and word soon spread, all the way back to the sea. The penalty for desertion is death, but the Reavers offered me a way out instead. My freedom in exchange for my mates. The letter. I don't know what I was thinking. It wasn't bloody thinking. Too busy soiling myself. Aye, but you got there in the end, didn't you? When the time came, you made the right decision. The men say little to me, but I hear 'em talk of how you stood up to the Reavers at last, of how you tried to give your life to save theirs. Be that as may, no deed, however good, can atone for the crime of betraying your brethren. I know that, I do. That's why I'm going to hand myself over to the Yellow Jackets. I'll bring shame to the farm no more.
You'll hear no arguments from me. Each man must sail according to his own moral compass. I just hope yours guides you back here some day. There'll always be a place for you at Summerford Farms, lad. And I'll always be in your debt, Severin. Staelwern. Whoops, wrong name. At least that guy's arc is over. Whew. I owe you a debt too, Raptor. Not once have you let me down. Thank you for saving the men of me farm. If I could ask for one more favor of you, it'd be this. Tell Bedouin that has happened from start to finish. I am certain he'd put in a good word for Severin if he knew the whole story. And he's one of the few people I know who the Yellow Jackets will listen to. Well, I reckon about all I can possibly ask of you. Safe travels, son. First arc. First arc. There we go. I'm going to use return, and then go off castle. Oh, shucks, I need to end defiance. And that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Alright. I am gonna go get another cup of coffee real quick. Before we get into the next arc. Oh, hello! Hello! Marius, hello, welcome, and thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, and general maker of things. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Got a raid and eat. Have a great night, Harriet. Thank you, Marius, and thank you so much, Happy Cheese, for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Go enjoy your meal. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are playing Final Fantasy XIV tonight. We have literally just started this day with a brand new character in a free trial account. And we are already on level 19. And it's been going well so far. I'm starting out as a marauder. And so far, things have been going well. I was actually just about to go and make myself a cup of coffee quickly. But yeah, things have been going well. We're also in the middle of a Donathon on our way to achieving a new graphics tablet because I actually draw for a living. And mine is in desperate need of replacement. Otherwise, I will not actually be able to continue drawing for much longer. So thank you for joining us. I really, really appreciate that. We've got some cool things on the way. We are £20 away from our next Batsu, which is to have a coffee with 10 sugars, and I do not drink any sugar in my coffee. Wow. So it's gonna be pain in £20 time. My toenails will curl from the sweet. But yeah, that's gonna be a thing. That's gonna be a thing. And then we are practically at the halfway mark to our goal. If we manage to exceed our goal, we'll soon, if we manage to actually double the goal, we'll be able to also acquire a laptop, which will mean that I will be able to do my work mobile, as well as expand content into things like actually being able to do trade zatsu, or being able to do cooking streams, because I cannot move my entire desktop scenario to the kitchen to do a cooking stream. And I cook quite frequently, actually, which is kind of scary. She helped me revision my book characters. Yes, that did in fact happen. And I'm glad that the sketches have been helpful a little bit. I hope. I hope. I hope. I hope. I hope. But yes, we've been having a good time so far tonight. We've been doing a whole bunch of voice acting for a whole bunch of characters. I've been using my Cockney accent more than I could ever hope to know. I actually no, that's less Cockney. It's more Irish. It's more Irish than Cockney. It's more Irish than Cockney. Cockney's a lot more in the front. Cockney's a lot more in the front and a lot more blunt sounding. But we've been on the lilts. It puts us in the Irish territory. So that's where we've been today. With the interjections of a little bit of prim and proper, in terms of our attempts at voice acting. But yeah, we are very near the end of the first arc of the MSQ. So that's fun. We may soon actually meet the Admiral. I am not 100% sure, but I like the Admiral. She's cool. She's cool. But first let's focus on what on earth Baderin has to say to us. Bloody hells! Life on the farm ain't quite how I pictured it. But you needn't worry yourself over young Severin. The Yellow Jackets, as Anne's out in the punishments, is a good old mate of mine. If I ask him nice, I reckon he'd be willing to commute the lad's sentence from hanging to keel-hauling. Kindly gent that he is. Neither of those are pleasant. I would actually wager to say that keel-hauling might be worse. Keel-hauling might be worse. Slower. Definitely slower. Keel-hauling is definitely slower. Neither of them are pleasant, but yeah. A keel-hauling is not my idea of a good time. I'm only jesting with you. I'll see he's treated fair. Now, it sounds to me like you've done everything old Staleware asked of you, and more, justifying me a generous finder's fee in the process. Much obliged, lad. As for a reward, well, she's a lonely lady, this drowning wench of mine. How'd you fancy keeping her company for a spell, with free room and board? Venturing's a trying business after all. Thems as don't rest their bones every now and again tend to end up with broken ones. And take it from me, fighting ain't nearly so much fun when you're nursing a shattered arm. Got that? Good. There'll always be a free bed for you, so make use of it. Yay! Not that you'll have much time for laying around, what with all the leaves you'll be doing. Oh, didn't I mention? I'm putting your name down for leaves. Our guild draws all manner of clients, offering all manner of odd jobs. Honestly, you'd be amazed how much folk'll pay to avoid doing an honest day's labour. You know what? I would not be surprised at how many folk would be more than willing to pay to avoid an honest day's labour. Just give to Mockery a shout whenever you feel like making a few extra gil. She'll always have some task or other for you to do. Yay! Oh, and it's all above board, in case you're wondering. We're careful to stay on the Admiral's right side in here, unlike some pirates I could mention. I tell you, if it turns out they had aught to do with kidnappings, there'll be 7 L's to pay. A proper bleedin' reckoning. Mayhaps that's what Limsa needs, though. On rough seas, sometimes you have to rock the boat to right it. But we'll have time for such talk when you're well and rested. Till then, enjoy the wench's hospitality. Yay! Okay, nice. Progress, we have unlocked stuff to do! Which we couldn't do when we were just leveling up on hunting quests earlier. Because I kind of forgot that you actually need to level MSQ to unlock phases of things that you can actually do. But fun. Awesome, 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 awesome.
How do you fare, Raptor? Rested and ready to expand your horizons?
After a cup of coffee, yes, but I'll get there. I'll get there. There's still boiling water in the flasks. I hope. I hope. I'll check in a moment.
Well then, I have an idea of where you might try heading next. Have you heard of the skylift out in the middle of Lanosia? If you ever visited Wood Whisper Canyon, then you must have been up and down the thing at least once. Yes, we have. It's that big bleeding scaffolding attached to the descent. You've likely seen the lads and lasses out there using it to haul cargo up the cliff face. Hard labour, that, and I hear they could use an enterprising soul to pick up the odd jobs what no other bugger has time to deal with. Track down the head of the operation, bloke by the name of Wirkert, and he'll be sure to put you to work on a task or two.
Okay.
I will go and then speak with that guy. Let's just see, map. No. I think this is okay. Yeah, this is still level 10 quest, so we've still got a ways to go in terms of MSQ stuff before we can start exploring other regions. So I am very, very, very quickly going to go acquire another cup of coffee, and then we're going to come back and keep at it. So I'm just going to stay right here. I'm going to stay right here. There is a stool. Let me see. Can I in fact sit on this stool? I hope so. I know there is a sitting emote somewhere. Ah, there's a sit. Okay. So, I'm gonna park so you can see Raptor's pretty face, and I will be right back. I will be right back.
Okay, I've returned. Coffee acquired. It was fast because there was, in fact, warm water still. Yay! If a hydrate went off in the meantime, I think now is a good time to take it. Coffee. Lovely. Okay. So, now let's get out of here. Let's go to the Zephyr Gate. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. And this way. Yeah, because I'll only be able to unlock a chocobo once I've unlocked grand companies. And as much as I may be starting in Limsa, I'm gonna be joining Yellow Serpents. I'm sorry. I can't not. The Gridonians have my they've got a hold on me. I love that place too much. Alright. We're crit. Baderon sent you out here, did he? Then consider yourself welcome at the Skylift. Look at that bloody cliff, will ya? One blast of fiery yell from that huge dragon was all it took to split the ground in half. Cargo still needs to get through, though, so this mess of wooden pulleys is our solution to the problem. Well, one of them at least. If the gods were kind, and they ain't, I'd have about a dozen more workers to handle me growing list of headaches. Oh, shame. I'm gonna take the bronze. And that means I can also now get the next class quest. Okay. Glad I am to see you again, lad. A wagon driver just returned in a great bloody hurry, screaming about some monstrosity what sprung out from a million corn seedling in his cargo. Seems the gutless bastard tossed it over the side afore turning tail and running for his life. I need you to head down the road, recover that seedling, and deliver it to Lilith over at Swift Perch in western Lanosia. Whatever he pays you for the cargo is yours to keep. After all, I don't rightly know what else is lurking inside that plant, and you deserve to be rewarded for your troubles. Oh, and you'll also find an aetheryte in Swift Perch, so the journey should be worth your while. Okay, that's one way to get me across the country. I don't think I've had a reason to go to Western Lanosia yet. So that's something. I've been meaning to go there for hunting log anyway, so that's also something. Million corn seedling? And all of the stuff inside of it. Okay, fine. Let's just deal with you as well. Now, Swift Perch, Western Eorzea. Thankfully, it's right in front of us! Yay! Let us make haste. There we go, there we go, there we go. I actually think I've unlocked this one, haven't I? I think I'd have. I haven't. It was the other one that I unlocked. Okay. Let me just un-yellow exclamation mark this chocobo keep. Alright, and Lila, what have you got to say for yourself?
Has Nemea herself forsaken this desolate land? Though I understood there were risks in gambling my entire fortune on a crop of million corn, at least expected the seedling to be delivered before disaster struck.
Here?
Is that my million corn seedling? Oh, joyous day! It may seem a paltry beginning, but the yield of this particular variety of crop plant is nothing short of astonishing. As you have undoubtedly noticed, Swift Perch lacks a certain, shall we say, vital energy. Thus I mean to restore a modicum of hope to its residents by growing a veritable ocean of corn. You, sir, seem fit to burst with a vim of vigour. Might I persuade you to abide a while and help nurture this ailing settlement?
I'm gonna grab that again. And see what Freylif needs from me. You there, adventurer! Cast your eyes towards the brewer's beacon. Does the light not seem uncommonly weak? It cannot possibly be bright enough to guide the ships sailing in the bay. I would march over to the lighthouse and investigate myself, but I am duty-bound to remain at my post. I would consider it a favour if you could make a visit to the brewer's beacon and see if aught has befallen Kansas, the lighthouse keeper. Okay? To Kansas. There we go, there we go, there we go. And hard to port. And let's see what you have to say for yourself.
You say a yellow jacket sent you here? Eh? Me life's grown dim, has it? Well, of course it bloody has. The bum what fuels me furnace is up and buggered off, you see. If I don't get that beacon fixed up soon, there'll be trouble on the water. I know you're just the messenger, lad, but I can tell you're a adventurer when I see one. I'm gonna need you to chase down that bum and bring back a claw what you ripped from a smouldering corpse. Take this here iron blazer and set her down in the middle of the flock. somewhere near that scarecrow, I'd say. You'll get a nice fire going, and that frisky bum'll soon be about. Watch you don't singe your eyebrows, lad.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go summon a bomb. Oh, hello there. Targets. And let's open with that, and that, and that, and boom. Nice. Get it to come to me. And there we go. Whoop. There we go. Okay. Now let's go and light ourselves a brazier. Yosh. There we go, there we go, there we go. And put it on. Okay. Okay, and now back to lighthouse. And now there's a fate in the middle of the path. That's a big crab. I'll go back to the fight this time. Ah, you got the ashy bastard, did you? Once I put this little firecracker in the furnace, that should keep things running for a while. I had myself a bit of a look while you was gone, and the Malin cursed me if the furnace weren't all bent and broken. Small wonder the bloody bum was able to escape. I patched things up as best I could, but I ain't no smithy. You might want to have a chat with that yellow jacket friend of yours in Swiftperch, and have him pass the word back to someone in Limsa. That can be done. Now, let's go hunt some crabs. There we go. We're actually doing pretty well so far, I think. There we go. Okay. That works. That was worth something. That was worth something. Yay! Now, let's see. Sprint and coffee. I don't want this cup to get cold. And what do you know? The timing is great. Everyone, grab your nearest safe consumption beverage and take a sip. How was that for timing? I predicted it by like seconds. The furnace is damaged, is it? Very well. I shall write up irrelevant reports, but these repairs must needs be effected without delay. Indeed. It seems I have another favor to ask of you, adventurer. Take yourself straight away to the Armorers Guild in Limsa and explain the situation to Forge Master Nanza. Okay? To Limsa! Now, where on earth is the Smithy Guild in Limsa again? I remember it being somewhere on the upper deck. Map. Culinarian Guild. Blacksmith's Guild. Nearest thing is going to be the Loft Castle. Okay, now I need to head south and then southwest. Okay. There we go. That's the person I'm looking for. Nanza. The furnace in the brewer's beacon needs repairs. Irago's beard. I just sent someone out to tinker with it not a week past. Mayhap the bomb in Kansas was trapped in there was a touch too volatile. I'll have an artisan visit the lighthouse and pay special attention to reinforcing the casing of that furnace. Your work is done here, adventurer. May the navigator guide you on your journeys. Yay! Onto the dry docks. Okay, I know where we're going now. What say you to taking on some work from Naldic and Melis? We've a great hulking warship to build that could certainly use an extra hand for any number of tasks. For your first job, I need you to run this missive over to Atbrim, the head of the shipwright at the Mara Bay dry docks. We forge most of the ship's bits and pieces here at the Armorers Guild, but the actual construction takes place at the docks found in the southern of Lower Lenosia.
That's also where you'll find the main offices of Neldic and Vermelis. The Marabay Dry Docks is one of Limsimince's most important districts, at least as far as I'm concerned, and I'm sure you'll not regret attuning yourself to the area's etherite. Already done that, yay. If you've no confidence in your sense of direction, you'd be best served making use of the chocobo porters. The first floor of the mizzenmast, in case you were wondering. Should you choose to make the trek on your own 2 feet, leave the city through the Tempest Gate and follow the road south. May the navigator guide your steps. Thank you for the guidance. I am going to... have I got enough gil to use teleport? I believe it's going to cost me 159 gil. I don't use it often, let's go. I can afford it this time. Okay. And working on MSQ does promise to get more gil, so that helps a little bit. Alright, Atbrim. You have a missive for me from Forge Master Hananza? I assume it pertains to the pending arrival of the materials I ordered over a moon past. Let's see it then. Blast and botheration! Another delay? I am well aware of the shortage of skilled artisans, but this is insufferable. My apologies. The messenger does not deserve to bear the brunt of my frustration. Might I have your name? Raptor, is it? Well, Raptor, this proud maiden you see taking shape before you is the Victory, the first new vessel to grace the docks since the calamity. We may have lost the bulk of our ships that fateful day, but starting with this beauty, we will restore the Maelstrom's fleet to its former glory. The Victory is more than a simple warship. It is the symbol of Limsimince's rebirth from the wreckage wrought by the coming of the 7th Umbral Era. Thus, we are striving to complete her construction as swiftly as possible, even going so far as to hire veteran shipwrights from outside the Thalassocree. I totally mispronounced that, but it's fine. Yet, even with such unprecedented measures, there are never enough hands to handle the abundance of tasks. Should you choose to linger at the docks for a time, there is no end of odd jobs for a hard-working adventurer. Be you fair warned, there is no place here for layabouts and troublemakers. Okay. I think. I have a rough idea of what quest line is coming ahead of us. Where in the 7 hells is that man? Not once in 12 moons has he been late with a shipment, and now 2 whole turns of the sun without a single word. A shipwright of mine, a young man named Frilsmid, recently left a Candlekeep quay to receive several crates of supplies ordered from Limsimince, but is yet to return. I've sent several missives to Halbroda, but his replies are always the same. He does not recall ever seeing the shipwright, nor the supplies he was scheduled to collect. That man knows something, and I severely doubt he is telling the whole truth. As I cannot leave my post, I would ask you to travel to Candlekeep Quay in my stead and inform Halbroda that if he insists on playing these games, I will personally see that he is transferred to Turtleback Island, where he can rot alone in the middle of the sea for eternity. Well, on a schedule and budget like what would be required to put this victory together, I can assure you that that frustration and dedication to leaving someone out in the middle of nowhere, should they fail to do anything useful, it is totally understandable. Wow. Okay, so now where is that? All the way over yonder.
Okay. So out, down. There should be an exit this way, right? If I recall correctly. Yes. I do recall correctly. Yay. Okay. This way. I think. Yes. All right, Halbroda. What have you got to say for yourself? Eh? Does that self-righteous dog Atbram doubt I've ever told him anything less than the truth? Nah, something like that. Turtleback Island? He can't do that. Can he? I swear on my poor Nana's grave, Navigator rest her soul, I know naught of this Rilsmid, nor his precious supplies. Hells, we here at the quay have had enough trouble these past few suns, what with the sinking of that Leminson cargo ship off of the Salt Strand. I haven't had the time to take a proper yeesh, let alone take a note of every scrag that wanders off in the grip. Now, the way I see it, if you have the time to be standing here questioning my character, then you most certainly have the time to get that arse of yours down to the Salt Strand and help search for the survivors of the wreck. Who knows? You may just run across this frivolous mid everyone seems to be so eager to find. Here's hoping the Navigator hasn't found him first. Zero chill. Zero chill. Once again, I suppose when you are overworked and there is a shipwreck right there with souls at stake, being a little bit on edge is kind of to be expected. But there's our man. There we go. I'm Frillsmid. You say the foreman's wondering on me whereabouts? I thought he might be. But you must know, I cannot show me face at the dry docks until I've righted the terrible wrong I've caused. 2 nights past, I made the trip from the dry docks to Candlekeep Quay, just as the foreman asked. The seas were right rough, and the captain of the cargo ship was wary of bringing her too close to the cliffs. So I paid a few coins to a fisher to take me out to meet her. By the time we was halfway twixt the shore and the ship, the swells had ridden nigh on 10 yalms, and it wasn't long afore the waves had a hold of us. Try as we might to steady the boat, nature's grip was too tight, and we was flung headlong into the Livingston galley. When I awoke, both ships were gone, and the cargo I was to collect lay strewn across the Salt Strand. I's made every effort to salvage it, but the sands are crawling with kickern, and I ain't one with a sword. Now I see why I cannot return to the dry docks. Yeah, okay, fair. Fair, fair. Okay, there you go. There we go. Next! Okay, be gone with you. And next. Okay, that was straightforward. And those guys will be out of aggro range momentarily. There we go. Boom. That night, I was tossed into the sea like some doll of rags, and it weren't long before the world around me faded to black as I slipped deeper into the abyss. But lo, the navigator wouldn't see me to the gates of the seven hells, and I woke to find myself washed ashore. And here as I has been, ever since, waiting for a chance to salvage me master's cargo. Aren't you lucky? Very lucky indeed. The missing parts! I don't know how I can repay you. I'll deliver the supplies right away. But first I must stop by the quay so I can repay my respects to the widow of the brave fisher who gave his life for a handful of coin. Could you tell Atbrim that I'll be back at the dry box by daybreak? Many thanks, adventurer. I will not forget this kindness. Okay. We continue. It's been pretty chill so far. Thankfully, a good chunk of the story in A Realm Reborn is actually solo playable. I am definitely in the wrong place. Ah, but it circles back to the right place. Yay. Okay. Right, Atbrim. I'm relieved to hear both Frillsmith and the supplies are unharmed, though it was foolish of him to believe that I would blame him for that, which is obviously out of his hands. You see, there was no storm that day, and the seas here adjacent the dry docks are as calm as a slumbering child. This leaves me to believe that the trouble the ships encountered off Candlekeep Quay was of a less natural sort, the sort which the Sahagin might have been known to conjure. Uh-oh. We've heard about the Sahagin quite a bit lately, which tells me things are coming, things are changing. Okay, let's see. What have you got to say next? Raptor, while I originally had doubts about your motives, you have repeatedly proven yourself an asset to Naldic and Vermelis. I still do not like you, but that does not mean I do not trust you. Oh. Gimtota, head of the watch here at the dry docks, believes that pirates may be plotting an attack on the Victory, and she requires assistance investigating a group of unsavory individuals making camp nearby. I've recommended you for the task. Despite all that Limsa endured before, during, and following the calamity, the fact that there are still those who would turn their backs on the city state so that they might line their pockets with a few handfuls of coin, just the thought of it sickens me. Alright. Let's go deal with the matter of security, shall we? Gimtota. Let's see. Ah, yes. I had a feeling you would be the one Etbrim sent. Since you first arrived at the Morabay dry docks, I have had my men watch you. Oh, there's no need to get angry. I make it a point to keep an eye on all those new to the area. It is simply protocol. And you'll be pleased to know that nothing incriminating was found. You appear to be a model citizen. That, and the foreman seems to think somewhat highly of you.
which I must admit is quite shocking. The man doesn't even trust his own mother. Very well then, I assume that Abram informed you of what your task would entail. The pirates we believe are conspiring to raid the dry docks were last seen making camp near an ancient stone called the Mark of the Spinner. I would have you approach the man, posing as a lost adventurer, and see if you cannot somehow learn of their intentions. Kanango, stationed at the rear gates, can provide you with an exact location of the camp. Raptor! I knew it! No more sardines for Kanango tonight. I shall dine on the finest salmon on the peninsula. Why? Well, I had a little wager going with some of the other guards on whom Atbrim would recommend for the next job. My money was on you. Ah, the job. Yes, of course. If you follow the road past the gates to the southeast, you will eventually come to a barren cape with a single large stone half buried in the cliff overlooking the sea. Followers of the 12 say it's a holy place dedicated to Namia, the spinner. I'd be surprised if the pirates camped up there were aware of that, though. Okay, interesting. Let's go find a rock. Let's go find a rock. Oh, it's this rock. I know this rock. I've been lost here before. I'm giving you to the count of 9 to step back on that path and carry your venturing arse back down to whatever rock it is you crawled out from under. You see, I's added up to me ears with your type, roaming the hills like they was yours to roam. It's getting out to be that man canna enjoy a mug of rum without some shite breath of outlander running about and asking him which way to the local leave meet. 7 hells if I know. I'm a bloody pirate, goddammit. Once we have me boy back, I'm putting this godforsaken island so far behind me, I ain't no one'll ever remember I was ever here. Come on, Scrags, we's knives to sharpen. I'm just leaving out the worst of it. I did not want to have those words come out of my mouth. No matter how crude the source material is, there are some things that I just do not want to say. Like, context of where these people come from, I understand why they are crude. I understand why. It doesn't mean I want to say it. So the trespassers are indeed pirates, and they are indeed planning something. But what is this talk of getting my boy back? Could it be that their target was never the victory? Something is not right, and I won't sit idly by waiting for those pirates to make the first move. I shall order and increase patrols immediately. Thank you again for your help, Raptor. It appears we were wise to put our trust in you. Interesting. I'm concerned, Raptor. It appears that the pirates I had you investigated are on the move. They creep ever closer to the dry dock, so I must assume they mean to target the Victory herself. That ship is the symbol of everything Lemon strives to become, and I will not allow those base scoundrels to lay a single finger upon her hull. We must apprehend them before they put their plans into motion. And you, Raptor, are the man to do it. Without your capable assistance, I fear the security of the dry docks cannot be guaranteed. Not moments ago, my guards submitted reports of suspicious activity in the area. Pray begin your efforts by listening to one of their accounts firsthand. It matters not whom you choose to speak with, but be sure to question either Urswist at the front gate or Kanungo at the rear. Any suspect saboteurs you encounter during the course of your investigation are to be interrogated. Report any and all findings directly to me. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna go talk to Kanungo. She seems fun. Hail, adventurer! Glad to have another hand aboard to help shore up the security. Gods know our reports would sit on Gamtota's desk gathering dust if it weren't for the assistance of those such as yourself. Speaking of reports, though, I saw one of those mangy pirates lurking around the cliff near Empty Heart. I take a closer look before he has a chance to cover his tracks. Okay. And oop. Let's go for it. Yeah? Where are we headed? Up here? Up here? This looks about right. You are standing in a very dangerous place, sir. I know how windy it gets by the coast, and that is a very dangerous place to be standing. Bah! Spotted me, did you? Well, you're too late. What's to happen is already happening. What? What's to be happening? What's supposed to be going down? Okay, this looks like... okay. Level sync. Okay, and we're up to 17. That's good, which means we're getting close to syncing up our actual level with where we are in MSQ. Great. So you found me on one of those pirates, did you? I knew it was the right adventurer to ask for aid. But what could these knaves be planning? What's to happen is already happening. Captain! Trouble at the shipyard! Easy now, soldier. Who did this to you? Pirates! Out of nowhere! Struck me good. Gods below, we're not prepared for this. The pirates, soldier. How many do they number? Not sure. More than I could quickly count. Seem to be carrying explosives. Explosives? Then there is no time to lose. Raptor, you heard the situation. Make your way to the shipyard and engage those intruders. I will see to this man's wounds, and then follow after. Make haste, now! Yes, ma'am. Right away, ma'am. Okay. Wait, can I just... There we go. I can just find the right buttons, that would be helpful. Okay. Next. There we go. Never reckoned it'd be this easy. Still don't trust those slimy bastards, but their plan worked like a charm. Duh! What are you doing, you bloody fool? Is that Papa? Oh, shut your trap, boy. This'll all be over soon. All that's left is now to blow this ugly pile of driftwood to splinters. You dare? Why would you do such a thing? Have you any idea how important this ship is? What it represents? Aye, and it's what makes it all the sweeter. Whatever it takes to knock some sense into me treacherous backstabbing son. Imagine a boy of mine giving up the pirate life to become a shipwright, and building a bleeding maelstrom vessel at that. What under the man's wide green ocean made you take up with those self-righteous? Such and the likes. You're the one with no bloody sense, da. Don't you see? The pirates had their glory days, but that era is over. I wondered why Atbram never spoke of his father. I never would have thought. This ship's a symbol, all right, of everything that went wrong with the world, and I mean to shatter it into 100,000 pieces. Grimtota, Raptor, pay beat the tar out of this bloated sea slug and make sure no harm comes to the Victory. Say no more. When Papa is an absolute fool, you sometimes just gotta say, you know what, bruh, nah. Oh, come on. So hug him, no. Come on. Almost there. Will the others be okay? Okay, now get rid of these guys. Nearly there, nearly there. There we go. That was nice and fast. That was nice and fast. I must be getting old. Some green adventurer get the best of me. Ah, da. At least Victory is in one piece. But when family is a villain, that's one big bloody ship. Big and nasty looking. You made that, did you? Well, now sometimes. My thanks, Raptor. I shudder to think what may have become of the Victory without your intervention. The pirates made a right mess of things. I'd best get to sorting out the docks. and my thoughts could use some sorting out as well. Ever did my father have a way of turning my life upside down. Pray convey my thanks, and my apologies to Grimtota. Yeah, complicated family is never easy to deal with. Complicated family. Never easy to deal with. How fare you, Raptor? I cannot begin to thank you for the role you played in preventing this madness. You defended more than a simple ship. You saved the budding hope of Limsa from a violent demise. The day was yours. It seems our security regimen will require much in the way of improvement if we are truly to keep the dry docks safe. Atram apologizes. Well, I suppose I can understand why he would feel responsible for his father's actions. Of all those involved, this incident was hardest on him. But in time, I believe he will come to a single conclusion. The most fitting way of moving past his anguish is to see the victory completed and in the water. Ah, by the way, the pirates we defeated have been handed over to the Yellow Jackets. Rayna's men will be taking over the investigation. Before the Yellow Jackets moved in, however, we recovered a most unusual object. Should you have time to spare, I would ask you another favor. All right, let's see what you would like us to see and handle. Raptor, in light of your role in recent events, there are a few others to whom I would entrust this task. Since we last spoke, a curious missive has been discovered amongst the personal effects of Atfapin, the pirate behind the plot to sabotage the victory. This missive was penned in the most unusual script, a script we believe to be some manner of code. Needless to say, anything which a proven enemy of Limsa deems worthy of enciphering is like to be of great interest to the Maelstrom. Unfortunately, none among us can make any sense of the message. In cases such as this, I am told the Yellow Jackets are wont to turn to Baderin and his convenient connections. Thus, I would have you deliver this message to the proprietor of the Drowning Wench. Into his hand and no other. Do you understand? I can do that. Back to Limsa we go. Goodbye. And yeah. There we go, there we go, there we go. We are definitely thoroughly in that arc right now. That is for sure. Ahoy there, Raptor! I have been hearing about your deeds at the dry docks. Atbram laid out the entire tale for me. Poor Sod was still reeling at his old man's part in the business, but at least you kept the victory from being sunk afore she sailed. Ah, for that, I owe you me thanks. You've really made a name for yourself here in Limsa, lad. Folk know that when they need something done. Eh? You need something doing? And what might that be? You want someone to read a message written funny letters for you? And Gimtota thought I know how a man as could? Well, let's see it then. I reckon I might know a canny bugger what can read stuff like this. Ugly sod by the name of Baderin. You know, you're like none of me old regulars, Raptor. You've never let me down, and yet a navigator helped me. I reckon I can trust you. Gimtota was right to want this message deciphered. We've got us some trouble brewing here. Ain't no mistake. Get ready for action, and I'll explain. Oh dear. Oh dear. Level 23.
You know what? I'm actually gonna cancel out of this one. I'm gonna cancel out of this one for now. And I want to go and do another class quest. So let's first head to the Marauders. Wait, what have I got in my inventory now? Alright, let's see. Raptor? Wait, how do they do this? Raptor, there is trouble afoot. Do you recall the lad whose parents were slain by the beast Kujata? The boy's grandfather, Nedard, but recently contacted us with worrisome news. Young Sigurd has gone missing. We have been sightings of Kujata in the area, and it would seem the child felt compelled to seek the creature out. As you are familiar with the boy and his tragic tale, I would have you attend to this matter. My sister Solquib awaits you at the Bismarck. She has been appraised of the situation and will aid you in plotting a suitable course of action. There we go. We are en route for finally felling the nasty beastie. Alright, Solquib, let's see what you've got to say. Raptor, I assume you are here to discuss the missing child and not to sample a bowl of mutton stew? First things first, I would advise against rushing off to peer under every rock in the countryside. We need more information in our direct search, or to direct our search. I suggest we head to the Red Rooster stead and learn what more we can from old Nedard. Okay, that is kind of obvious sounding, but okay. Now, where's Red Rooster? In Lower. There we go. Running around here feels like home, honestly. It doesn't matter how many times I've played these opening quests. It's been more than once, but it still feels like home. I think this is probably the game whose opening main story I have played the most in my life. First, get rid of the little exclamation mark. There's Nedard. Okay. Thank the gods you're here. Seems me grandson is set on causing naught but trouble for you. But surely you kenna how the lad is feeling. I was been boiling with hate for that murderous beast. And the last time when he came along like an avenging angel and showed him the strength of your steel, well,
You lit a fire in his belly. He must have gotten in his head to take revenge on the beast itself. Daft little bugger. Any road. Once he heard Kajat had been spotted near Aleport, why, he shot through the door like an arrow from a bow, and I ain't seen him since. I beg of ye, find me a little cigar before he gets himself stomped to death. That big bastard Arrows has spilled more in of me kin's blood.
Fair. So, apparently it's an Aurochs. I did not get that earlier, but okay. Our course is clear. We must set for Aleport at once. An old acquaintance of mine, Faustum, often stands guard at the port gates. He might know something of the lad's whereabouts. Okay. To Aleport. Let me see. Nope. 231 gil. Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go for it. I can afford it. I can afford it. I can afford it this time. Have I seen a boy wandering about by himself? As a matter of fact, me and my fellow gate guardian just watched a young lad traipsing off to the north. We were arguing whether or not to abandon our post and bring the chick back ourselves. Large packs of jackals have been prowling the wilds of late, so if you mean to head after him, pray do so quickly. Hells, I might even pass along a word to the Marauders Guild. You'll be better off with an extra blade or two at your back. Uh-oh. There we go. Almost got it. One down. Come on. There we go. There we go. Next. There we go. While I'm here, let's just hunt another dusk bat. And last one. Should be fine. Okay. And that looks like a signal for where we need to go next, if I ever seen it. And this looks like an instance. waiting to happen.
He must have been a desperate hurry indeed to cast away his belongings in such a careless manner. I, myself, came across this wood axe, a tool the lad took from the stead, perhaps? Raptor, over there!
Ooh. Ooh.
We're not at the maximum level. We're not above the maximum level. Interesting. That really is a big fella. Wow. Kid doesn't stand a snowball's chance. He was lucky to survive that fall. Ay. Okay, first things first, let's get rid of the jackals. Get that one away from there. Okay. So far, so good. You. Wait, you guys, look at me, look at me, look at me. Knock at the conjurer, look at me. There we go. Oh, hello there. Hey, boss came out. When's Owen? He breathes yet. Oh, wrong voice, whoops. We withdraw to the Red Rooster stead. Follow my lead, Raptor. Wrong voice. Wrong voice earlier, whoopsie. Okay. Where are we? Versus where do we need be? All the way on the other side of the island. Wow. Okay. That's okay. Casual. Casual, casual, casual. That is gonna be lower. I can probably take a ferry. I'm gonna take the ferry.
probably going to be cheaper than the teleport. Really? The Candlekeep key? Yes. Okay. I am, in fact, in the right map at the very least. Okay. I'm at least on the right map. It's a good starting point. Now, if I'm lucky, that's going to be the best gil that I'm going to spend. That's going to be the best 15 gil that I'm going to spend this day. Okay. I don't think I'm going to get far enough in the plot to be able to unlock the grand companies and therefore my own chocobo tonight already. Probably, definitely not. Because I do actually need to start looking at wrapping the stream up now soon. But we have done pretty far. We've come pretty far, I think. It's been a good day to just chill, I think. And I'm incredibly grateful for the movement on the needle towards the Donothon goal. So once again, big thank yous for your generosity on that front. I definitely want to play this game on stream more. I feel like this is my home game more than any of the others that I've ever picked up, really. Let's see.
You brought him home. I don't got the words to thank you.
The lad's past the worst of it. He struck his head in the fall, though, and it may be some time before he opens his eyes. Thank you for coming, brother. If you hadn't scattered those jackals when you did. I've done naught to earn your thanks. When I learned of the situation from Aleport, I realized the dangers were greater than I had anticipated. No single marauder could have hoped to fend off such numbers in time. Pray accept my apologies, Nedard. You turned to us for help, and yet your grandson now lies before you, broken and battered. And that's hydrate, so let's quickly have a sip. I'm going to need that.
You risked your life to save little Sigurd. How's a man to find fault with that? It's me you ought to be begging forgiveness for the wounds you took protecting my foolish boy.
You needn't concern yourself with our well-being. Our training prepares us for such eventualities. There is naught more we can accomplish here, Raptor. It is time we return to the guild and focused on other tasks. And return. Yup, let's go. Let's go. To the Culinarians Guild, specifically. Why? I want to be at the Marauders. That's where the task is. I am glad the lad will live, but I fear this will not be the last time Sigurd abandons caution in his thirst for vengeance against Kujata. The wound in his heart festers and seeds, feeding his impatience at our seeming inaction. But we must not think ill of the boy. Instead, let his helpless rage be as a spur to our efforts. I say again, Raptor, Kujata will fall by your hand, and I will shape you into a deadly weapon you need to be. Let's see. I'm gonna go with the gauntlets here. They are a good level at the very least. Okay. So now we go to character. Hands. Switch the iron gauntlets. They are equally hideous, but you know what? At least they're sort of in the same spectrum of hue ish. Everything gets progressively greener the lower, progressively bluer the lower you look. But we are doing what we can before we've got glamour. We're doing what we can with this before we have glamour to work with. Okay, so it looks like the next class quest is at number 25. And let's just quickly do this. Nope, wrong one. Character. Yes, it. Update this one. There we go. And just so that we've got a little bit more distinction. Wrists. Swap that out for that one. Okay. Close you. Have I got anything else? What have I got equipped here? Level 15. Level 20. Okay. Okay. So we've got at least some bold progress as well. Back to the drowning wench.
We're a little bit sharper.
As satisfying as this jingly armor is, I would absolutely hate wearing it in real life. Not only because of the aesthetics, but I hate making a noise when I move. Does anyone else have that quirk where you just don't like hearing yourself move? Or is that just me?
Good to have you aboard, lad. Now then, where to start? Back when I was younger and nastier, I earned me living as a sellsword. In that business, if you wanted to know what your enemy was up to, you had to learn to read the orders you praised from the cold dead hands of its mates. Oh, I missed that, sorry. Truth be told, the script was only too bloody familiar. Them Sahagan letters, lad. And I should know. I've gutted more fishback messages than I can count. It gets worse, though. The plan to blow up the Victory is all in here, right down to the fine details. Looks like they meant to raise 8 kinds of hell in western Lenosia. Then, the Maelstrom was a new flagship in the confusion. The point being, the attack on the Victory weren't the act of a few rebellious pirates. 'Twas a key part of some canny bastard's grand plan. But if I'm reading this right, the attack itself came much too early. I'll wager they panicked when they saw you was onto them and rushed to do the job, and buggered it up. The tattoo-faced bastards, as they say, was paying Atbrim's old man. They're with the Serpent Reavers, right? But none of their crew was there, was they? Or they had something better to do, or what? Seven L's, I got it all backwards. That missed the Victory. That was meant to be the bloody distraction. The fishbacks ain't interested in the Maelstrom's baby. They're after men, just like they've always been. They're sending their pirate lackeys after a civilian target. This is about raising hell in western Lenosia. That's where it'll be. Some'd tell me that Swiftperch is about to get it, and hard. Here's a rough translation of the message. Take it to Commodore Rayner at the Coral Tower, and tell him he's in for a busy day. Oh, and give him an hand, eh? You can be damn sure he'll need one.
Okay. Coral Tower. That is Marauders. Okay. We run all the way back again. Nyom. Alright. There's Raina, who we've not yet spoken to. Yes, I'm Raina. Ah, you must be the adventurer whose name seems to be on everyone's lips. You are to be commended for your part in thwarting the plot to destroy the victory. Now, what can I do for you this day? You bear an urgent message from Badoran. Why do I get the feeling my hopes for a quiet evening are about to be cruelly dashed? Tell me, what is afoot? You at least have foresight, sir. You at least have foresight, sir. You know. An assault on Swiftperch? That would be seen nothing to suggest the Serpent Reavers are amassing for an attack. Even so, it would be foolish to discount the possibility. Badoran is rarely wrong about such matters. I will marshal the Yellow Jackets for battle immediately. The only question is where to send them. While I concur with Badoran's assessment that the attack on the dry docks was intended as a diversion, Swiftperch is but one of several possible targets for the main thrust. Commodore! Sir! Report. It's the Sahagin, sir. They've mounted a large-scale assault on South Tidegate and threatened to overwhelm our defences within the day. The garrison requests immediate reinforcements. By the navigator. It seems my decision has been made for me. Muster the troops and give the order to march. Aye, the Serpent Reavers are in league with the Sahagin, which means there was every chance this assault on Tidegate may yet prove to be another feint. The fact remains, however, that we can ill afford to ignore it, and that leaves Swiftperch vulnerable to those pirate traitors. In times such as this, that I wish the warriors of light yet walked among us, but wishes will avail us naught. Citadel, you must serve in their absence. Make for Swiftperch with all haste, and lend your strength to the squads I can spare for the settlement defence. Okay. To Swiftperch. Where is that? Okay, thankfully. There is indeed an Ether H right there. Yay. Yay. Commodore Rayner sent word we'd be getting reinforcements, but I didn't expect him to send you. You certainly look like you've seen your fair share of action, though. You bear little resemblance to the wide-eyed whelp I met fresh off the ferry. In any case, you do know what you're fighting for here. This place, Swiftperch, it was rebuilt by folk who stood strong in the face of every hardship the calamity threw their way. And we're not about to let some fish-fancying scum claim the honour of being the ones who finally broke their spirits. Don't give those pirate bastards one bloody ilm. You hear me? Aye, sir. Let's got some fish folk? Here they come! Uh-oh. Here now, I thought all them yellow jacket worms was meant to be busy. That useless scrag ain't followed the plan, has he? Now what? Pull back and wait for our Sahagin brothers? We ain't running back empty-handed. Remember, no killing the small folk.
or it'll be your blood what stains Lord Leviathan's altars. Whoa. The yellow bellies you can butcher all at will. Them dirt-eaten slugs will be crushed under the full might of the Sahagin of the Serpent Reavers. Seems Swiftperch was the main target after all, eh? Squads 1, 2, protect the townsfolk. Squad 3, you're our rear guard. The rest of you, we meet their charge where we stand. Let us bear the Commodore word of victory, or none at all. Pollum salamin, sir. I get you all yellow bellies and dance in your gizzards. Now you win. You's about to fall and gets completely squashed. Let's just be real here. You's about to get squashed. Come on. Come on. Let me grab you. Come on. Let me just get close, please, and thank you. Okay. Where? This guy? Grab that. Grab that. Come on. This guy now. Come on, come on. There we go. That was messy, and I lost track of where I was putting my fingers on the keyboard so badly. Wow. Well fought. The Reavers are beaten and scattered. I'll take some men and hunt down the stragglers. Oh, but there may be more of them lurking about, so don't let your guard down just yet. Uh-oh. Hello there. The source of his strength becomes clear. You may have bested the golem, but you will not fare so well this day. Creepy. O mournful voice of creation, send unto me a creature of the abyss, my thrall's command, that I might smite my enemies. And that must die. Your very being imperils the plan. You cannot be suffered to live. This creature must be destroyed. Okay, you go. Alright, Gargoyle. Come on. I've got so few attacks at my disposal. And hello. Ishtala's here again, yay! Welcome back, Ishtala. There we go. Woohoo! Victory! Nice and swift. Ugh, that the wisdom of the paragons should be brought low. Yeah. Paragons, did he say? Then it is as I feared. They are known as the bringers of chaos, or Asians, to give them their proper name. It would seem our suspicions were correct. It is they who have been manipulating the beast tribes. Pardon? You would know if we Charlayans have encountered Asians before? I have never spoken to you of my homeland. How did you know whence I hail? Wait, I do begin to see. You have been blessed with a special gift. Are you all right, lad? If I'd known a mean bugger like that was hiding in the bushes, I would have left a squad or 6 to keep you company. Well, at least now we can call this kidnapping investigation to a close. Those reavers were the ones spiriting folk away in the dead of night, and this bastard here was pulling all the strings. A trifle simplistic, but not inaccurate. I came as soon as I sensed his presence, but I never thought to find such a scene of carnage. Yet we prevailed, and thanks to your heroic actions, I have learned much. Aye, heroic is the word. I don't want to think about what would have happened if you hadn't been here, friend. And your assistance is much appreciated too, Lady Ashtala. Please give our regards to the Scions. I am glad to have played a role in bringing what I hope is an end to this disturbing spate of abductions. The thread of your fate forms a part of a most intriguing tapestry. Mayhap we will be afforded the chance to speak more in the near future. For now, however, you must see this particular tale to its conclusion. Pray send my greetings to Commodore Rayner. Creeple. Speak to Rayner. Yes. Back to Limsa we go. And again to Marauders Guild. Yes. Should have eaten something before then. I lost so much opportunity for extra XP. Oh well. Citadel, eagerly have I awaited your return. Word of your exploits is already spreading through the ranks. My troops and I owe you a great debt of gratitude for your timely assistance. You have shown yourself to be possessed of a sure arm, a strong spirit, and a sound judgment. Would that Limsa had more of your like. I have little doubt that you shall one day join the ranks of Eorzea's greatest adventurers. It is but a matter of time. Clearly, Baderen's eye for potential remains as sharp as ever, though I doubt even he imagined you capable of such feats. Might you favour me with your own account of the day's events? Such victories bear retelling. Yashtala has been working with us for quite some time, you see. And she was only too willing to assist the Yellowjackets in the kidnapping investigation, proving herself a stalwart ally of Limsa yet again. Needless to say, after your part in thwarting the attempted sabotage of the victory, and the small matter of your deeds at Swiftperch, you too have proven yourself a valued friend of the thalassocracy. Thalassocracy, that's the word. Blech. So many syllables. Admiral! Admiral! Admiral Lib! Why do they have yellow jackets? That's their uniform. May I present you to Admiral Blifiswin? That's done. They should be called ton jackets, and I feel no jackets that are yellow. Yeah. I can understand why they specifically chose that color as a naval community. Yellow is very high visibility up against water. Yellow is incredibly high visibility up against water. So in misty situations, which are very common in coastal areas and so on and so forth, it makes sense to have your officials that you turn to for help be very, very visible. They are not a stealth unit by any means. They are basically the emergency. We need to find someone of authority.
That is, you look for the bright yellow splash amongst the blue and the grey and the green. So I understand why they would opt for that as a naval community. It makes sense to me. It's not about fear, it's about visibility. I didn't know that. It's a pretty interesting choice, but I don't see the sea too often, so I've never seen. Mm-mm. No, it's the reason. It's also the reason why a lot of foul weather gear for sailors is also bright yellow. It's because if you go overboard, the sea is often black, grey, or blue, and if you're wearing dark clothing when you go overboard, you are going to be lost within 20 seconds, and no one will find you again. No one will find you again. So it's a very much a safety thing. And that is a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. I just wanted to be a bully, but now I've been educated. Well, that's what you get for wanting to be a bully. Don't bully people, Flip. Don't bully people. Even fictional people. There's reasons for stuff, man. Harrier is secretly a part of the Navy. Um, I've mentioned before that I am an actual sailor. I am an actual sailor. So a little bit of nautical knowledge has crept its way into my existence. Just a little bit. Can I bully just a little? Yeah. Just keep it sensible, okay? Just keep it sensible. Just a wee tad bit of bully. Only for the fictional characters. If you start bullying me, I'm going to be mad and sad, and I would not prefer to not be mad at you. Okay? Okay. Oh my lord, she's actually a bad. Oh. Yeah. Shh. I did not find myself in the Mist Guard for naught. You're smelly like flowers. Okay, now you're just sucking up, mate. Now you're just sucking up. Suck up more, okay? No, it's all good. Oh, let's no, don't suck up more. Okay. Now let's see. What does Raina have to say for himself? I'm not sure you understand how unusual it is for the Admiral to invite an adventurer to a state banquet. Probably not. Yeah. It is a highly coveted honor. Why, even the officers under her direct command are rarely afforded such recognition. Wow. But I will not deny you have earned it. Many of the tasks you have performed in service to the thalassocracy have been both difficult and dangerous. This is a reward for all of your efforts, a nod to your many achievements, both large and small. Has the enormity of this moment yet to sink in? Perchance you will realize its significance when you stand before the assembled dignitaries of Limsalaminsa. And now that I've imagined the scene, I realize that you will require attire suitable for the occasion. Yes, please don't let me go there in these level 5 boots and these hideous gauntlets. Please don't let me go down to a banquet in these hideous gauntlets and these level 5 boots. Please. Who's the other boy band downstairs? Practically the police. They are the police, basically, of Limsalaminsa. And by the fact that they are standing in front of the guildmaster, they are trainees. Give her the level 2 gear to spite. I'm probably going to get civilian gear that's also level 1. You know, just for the sake of being presentable. Because it's got to be more presentable than this, that's for sure. I suggest you visit the wench and see what Baderin can arrange. He's surprisingly knowledgeable about such things. I should get rid of my stance. There we go. And let's go first. Let's go first. Let's go first. Okay, let's see.
Well, well, if it ain't Merlwyb's guest of honour. Hobnobbing with the high and mighty now, is it? I tell you, lad, I damn near snorted it out me nose when I heard the news. You come a long bloody way, you have, and that's the truth. Well, one thing's for sure, you're not one for decent grub. These banquets are catered by the bleeding Bismarck, no less. 'Tis a grand chance to fill your belly to bursting with fine, and more importantly, free food. But we can't have you turning up in your shite-caked venturing gear. No, 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 that would be gross. No, the hero of the hour needs to have a touch of refinement about him, if only to stop folk complaining when he stuffs his face with cake. Take yourself over to the Octant and speak to Jehasnim or the Brigare Consortium. She'll furnish you with something gentlemanly to wear. I've already had word with her, so all you need to do is pick up the goods, and then bring him back here so I can tell you what's what. Okay. Where in the blazes am I supposed to go now? Eh? Lower decks? Okay, so I'm just gonna go down. I'm just gonna use the elevator. I'm just gonna use the elevator. To Bulwark Hall. There we go, yes. Okay. Good morning, sir. I assume you're the underdressed gentleman Bedran mentioned? I see he was not exaggerating. I have chosen these especially for your debut in polite society. Fear not. I'm certain you will absolutely adore them. And what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna get rid of your little exclamation mark yet because I know where that quest goes. I know where that quest goes, and as much as I want to go and unlock Rogue, not yet. Not yet. I swear that one guy's name is a keyboard smash. I know a lot of them look like it, and a lot of them have their names derived from Celtic roots here in Limsa. Been to see Janasham, have ye? Let's have a look at the box then. Here we go. A nice pair of dress shoes for you. A bloke mightn't have much else to his name, but so long as he's got a decent pair of shoes on his feet, there is nowhere he can't go. Think of him as a gift from me and all the other folk you had done right by along the way. Aye, it's very moving gesture, I know. Just don't go well up on me, eh? Wouldn't do for Limsa's new hero to turn up at the banquet soaked in his own tears and snot. Anyway, that's your garb sorted. Now you just need to settle your nerves. Tell me when you're ready, and I'll tell you where you're meant to go. Okay, so I got shoes. Shoes. That's it. Shoes.
Same name's crazy to me, but kind of cool origin. Yeah. Like, I'm sure a good number of these are Gaelic. A good number of these are Gaelic, and a good number of them are also Welsh. You're ready then, are you? Good. The banket'll be starting soon. If you'd waited any longer, I'd have considered it me civic duty to it you the ear and drag you there. Aye. Now make sure you're wearing them fancy shoes when you turn up, alright? Carrying them won't do any good. They're meant to make you look like a gentleman, remember? Not a gentleman's bleeding lackey. As for directions, the feast'll be held in the bridge, in the Admiral's briefing room. Oh dear. I've got the good shoot, but I ain't got anything else to me name that's any decent. Oish. Speak with Xanthale and Boudoir Carl, and he'll show you the way. Just keep at it, Aldai, lad. After everything you've done for Limsa, you've got good reason to be proud. And don't let no high-born bugger tell you any different. Okay. Character. First things first. Let's just switch out the shoes for the fancy ones. Oh, grief, that looks horrible. Oh, good grief, that looks horrible. I almost wish that I had a full coverage helmet just so that no one had to see my face. Because this is just gross looking. You know what? I cannot take myself seriously in the upcoming cutscene. But I can't do anything about it now. Oh well. Yeah. This is new, I think. This is new, I think. Isn't it? I might just have been forgetting this. Casual.
Yep. And we're passing out again. Great! We're passing out again. That's like our party trick. Do something cool and pass out. Oh, joy. Why are we in the void? We are seeing the past again. Oh. Are you going to end all of existence? This is the Battle of Cortana. This is the Battle of Cortana. Uh-oh.
Oof. Hmm. Oh.
And that was what was happening. Yeesh. Mm. Now, I don't know if you guys are aware of the story of the failure of the initial launch of Final Fantasy XIV, but that battle that we just saw a cutscene from was pretty much the last battle before the game was relaunched with A Realm Reborn. Some many years ago now. I can't remember exactly when it happened, but basically there was a story, and there was stuff happening, and it culminated into a final battle at this place called Cartana. And basically a giant dragon, it was trapped in a moon, and
the Garleans, I think it was, unleashed this dragon upon everything. I think it was the Garleans. I can't remember exactly, but it was a mess. So all of those missiles that were raining down from the ground, they were from a dragon. They were from Bahamut. It was hectic. But what's Scott Badron got to say? Morning, sunshine. All a bit much for you, was it? What happened? Ah, you don't remember then? You keeled over in the middle of the banquet and caused a right stir. I had to carry you back to the winch myself. Well, I say carry. 'Twas more a matter of dragging and rolling. Too much cake, I reckon. Any road, don't fret. 'Tis a little wonder you were exhausted after everything you've been through lately. Your little nap seems to have put some colour back in your cheeks, though, so I'll leave you to it. Bugger, I almost forgot. The Admiral wants to have a word with you. When you feel up to it, talk to Xanthiel and he'll let you into the command room. Ah, and stay awake, eh? I'm told old Merylwib was in the middle of telling you a story when she started snoring last time, and I doubt she'd look kindly on you if you repeated the trick. Yeah. Passing out is, not our finest moment party trick. Okay, so this is what the inside of the inn room looks like. And for those of us who do not have housing, this is home. For those of us who do not have part of the housing system, this is home. And at this point, I am going to greet you guys for the day. At this point, I'm going to greet you guys for the day because we are basically about to go into the international arc, if I'm not mistaken about how things pan out. And not long thereafter into other other major plot points in the NSQ. So I think at this point it would be a good point to go to end stream, especially considering that I've been going for an entire hour and a half longer than I would have supposed to. Whoops. I was having fun, okay? I was having fun, okay? So yes. We will pick this up again. I'm surprised you remember it so well. Also, you are way longer on. Yeah, I'm like an hour and a half late to in stream. But yeah, I'm only remembering this early part of A Realm Reborn because I have played it like 12 times. I think I'm guesstimating approximately a dozen times that I've played it. With a bunch of different characters over the last couple of years. But I haven't got bored of it yet. I haven't gotten bored of it yet. It's comfy. Okay, it's comfy. One day is one day. I will progress further, but for now, this is my comfy space. She's a Final Fantasy XIV gamer. Only A Realm Reborn, and I've only finished A Realm Reborn once. And that I say finished with an asterisk because I never got through the patches. So yeah, that's where we're at. What I am gonna do just before we go through is I'm gonna switch back to our starter gear just because it looks a little bit better. The starter gear looks better. I actually almost want to glamour the starter gear, seriously. Because it does look better. And I want to say thank you guys for joining me today. And once again, thank you for helping move things along on the Donathon. I really, really appreciate it. I'm not sure when we're going to pick this up again, but we're definitely going to pick this up again. Most armor early on looks so bad. Yes, it does. Yes. Thank you guys once again. Rest well when you get to it. Once again, so many thank yous for joining me today. Get assaulted by flowers before you go. Flower assault! What? No. He's good. He's okay. Yeah. I will probably stream on Sunday, and I'm probably going to try and do art again on Sunday. We shall see if it's gonna be the butts or not then. We'll see. And let me just check one last thing. Here. Yeah. We will do all of the chat choices in a separate stream for actually going through and making all of our chat goals that we hit. And we'll handle that when we get there. And I actually need to check that I've actually got paint to do the next thing, which is the hand cam to attempt to paint with real paint. So I will still make sure that can happen. But yeah. Thank you guys. Rest well, and until next time, cheery bye.